Welcome to Speak Out Unfiltered.
Father, we just thank you today, Lord. We thank you for your blessings upon Grenada, blessings, oh God, to all the listeners, all the contributions. We pray, Lord, that you're going to keep us in your lovely hands. All of us, oh God, to enter into a new year. And I thank you for doing it today. In Jesus' precious name.
Bringing the hot topics to you.
Could we please be informed that there is no bad children, it's just bad parents. That's the reason that children it's only bad parents.
Working together.
Well, the amount of transformation I see transforming around Carico, the long life health and strength man work. That's what you want now, right? Yes, because I'm looking forward to big things that the Jamaican say, big things are going for 2024.
Connecting the dots.
I want to encourage the one man to continue with what is one man means.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's the benefit of the country. What can you do for Caribou? All these things that you say, whenever they make statements, the recording is there, you know, we in the media, we have it.
Working together.
Yes, so I want to grade you for 2 months to see your case to preach to the speak. I want to give you a plus.
Speak Out Unfiltered.
It's always an opportunity that I look forward to when we can discuss and look at the issue that affects us together with people.
So, the budget was ready for the budget. The government is doing a whole lot. They're doing politically, open the eyes of the people. This budget is the first budget I heard since after the revolution. I never heard a budget good like that, and it's for the people, the people's budget to call it. I am very pleased with this government.
Speak Out Unfiltered. The opinions and ideologies expressed on this program Speak Out Unfiltered. It's the views of its rightful owners and not of Vibes FM 101.3. Speak Out Unfiltered.
Every Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Unfiltered. And I mean
And it's just about time for me to take the music down and say hi to you right on Vibes FM. Welcome to the program Speak Out Unfiltered for today, Thursday. We're looking at the 22nd day of none other than August. And as you're making your way up and around, hope you're going to have a wonderful, wonderful day. In the meantime, to remind you, the program is interactive. You can always call us. It's your program where you can air your views and concerns. And telephone numbers to do so: 403-0101, 403-0101, and 419, no, 458, 458, 458, 1914, 458, 1914. And you open the lines, you can always call us and air your concerns. And to the child and state again, and our neighbors next door in St. Vincent and Grenadines, good morning to you, to our lovers on Facebook, our listeners on the internet, and also those of you on YouTube. We want to say hi again to you and welcome aboard. So as usual, we go right into no delay, and I introduce right now those of us hosting the program. So Leo, you have first choice this morning. Good morning. First, so Leo.
Well, good morning, my redeemer. And before we get into the meat of things, I'd like to clear the air. I noticed there are some renovations taking place in the premises. Source of work, please, is it Kimills, the government of Grenada, or Friends of Kimills?
Or charity.
Or charity?
Oh, charity. like I said on my program, whatever is taking place around my place, It's all me that is doing it right now. Okay, no government involved, nobody else. I wish there was some people involved giving me some sort of assistance, but unfortunately, not yet. But I could just tell you one thing, because you just mentioned that, that there's a programs coming up on the, for business people in Ghana, competing Matnik on the 1st of September. Okay. And they will be eligible to apply for grants and loan.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that. Boy, I'm looking forward to that. Believe me, because I already contacted the GDB.
Yes.
And that is going to be giving us the funds, once you qualify anyway. And they said to me as of September 1st, they'll be taking the applications in and doing some processing. So I said, please put me down, make me number one, please.
Some number, not number
But
one.
I want to be there. I want to be in it, But whatever is taking place right now, as always, like I've been saying, there's not anything to do with government. It's all my funds. But if anybody think it's government or they want to make a contribution, hey, they're welcome, Come with it.
Close the answers.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, I see you starting off with Solio this morning. Good morning, sir. Solio. Good morning. Good morning. As you start up with Solio this morning, and started as they begin, it comes on the ball. He said two answers.
Yes,
he said clear the air. Clear the air, what? So if you get help, if friends and people who have helped in the past, even if they come and say, listen, man, Kim needs help now. Nothing wrong with that.
I've been helping.
Yes.
Forever. Since I knew myself, as a matter of fact, the entire trial and state, I've been helping each and every time. But you know why this talk is up, It's because, we're good friend Simon Says, went on there and spread this false information out that Kim the government fixing Kim the king and Leo building the vehicle for free, and who's not who's eligible, the people
and the issue is because you are on NBC.
Yes, you're right.
That means issue.
Yeah, that was.
So what? So what?
Yeah.
Well, again, I said we never dispel those myths, but moving on as part of the transformation, there is no yellow and green again.
No.
Blending against someone.
That's
when Glenda is she come on this morning. Glenda, the song would be to bind us together, Lord. Bind us together.
Give us a bus.
Give us a bus. And no separation.
And there is lots that will taking place. As a matter of fact, let me just say it right now. Later on in the program, I expect our Minister of Diplomatic Affairs, Kevin Andrews, will be coming in and doing some explanation and telling people what's in store and giving them as much information as possible, because things are happening till things will happen, and it's just a matter of time, okay? And they have to rolling out the packages now and giving out the information. So later on he's going to join us. But before we go a little further, I have a call online. Let me go right over. Caller, good morning. Caller, morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Just two things I want to know. You get the impression that people think that government can everything government also fits like everybody else. You get that impression, and I don't understand people. Some people think that government can fix everybody else. Where would they get all this money fixed? Everybody else.
What?
I mean, government needs to assist. We cannot for themselves help themselves and maybe help do something for the business. Use the business money to open and so forth. You want the economy to grow. Want the economy to grow. It helps in terms of things coming back in the money and so forth.
Right, yeah.
But you're getting the impression, government getting $180 million, they should not give up the people.
Yeah, no, but caller, hold on. Let me just ask you to stop for a second. Who's spreading that kind of information? It's the opposition, Yes, the opposition, yes. They're the ones that are doing that.
They can't think of themselves and say, listen, that doesn't make sense, my friend.
Right. Uh-huh.
I made a recent visit to Europe, and I ask a question maybe for you will help me, because I know Europe is the moral conscience of the nation. I have the impression that about only 6% are entering the hierarchy, right? I have that impression. I don't know if that number is correct.
Mhm.
But when I look around and again, only women. So it appears to me that all the men died. Because the only women have seen it.
Oh,
So I'm not so sure. Can you see that we're lost in women and not really know something? Because I check all the guys. 90% women.
Well, let me tell you what.
yeah, no,
No, we can't continue.
Color,
We can't go forward.
color,
yeah.
that is not information being spreaded. That is a mentality that was created in the last 30 years, long before it's well embedded. And not only that, you think it's walk alone? Look, the one else still ban careful. If you have two boys in the band,
Yeah.
plenty.
Oh, yeah.
All other little girls. Who is going to school and who is graduating? Young girls. So the damage that was done to Karakou is not something that's superficial, It is very deep. It's very deep. I mean, the psychological and physical and mental abuse that was put on our people. So, and everything in the wrong direction, and perfectly so. Keep you stupid, keep you uneducated. The only thing you could aspire to is the bush and the money.
I'm also sure. Maybe the men suffering from the traumatized.
Well, traumatized.
It's not that. No. The fact is, the men, that you find now, because of what was instilled in them, not to work, just sit down idle, and then you're going to collect money from the government, on the or whatever program that they were involved in. They're sort of content with that. And right now, it's going to take a while before we take that out of the system to make them realize that they have a responsibility to themselves. But they're not really getting it. But the women are showing them up because, as you just mentioned, the women are there. They are there, front and center. Uh-huh.
There's no way to do it. We can't afford like that. We can't. People have to get up and help themselves. And people have to show some initiative and so on. Government would assist and help them. So, they talk about what they want to fix in your place or fixing your place. Okay. One of the problems I find, insurance seems to be a problem. The problem is insurance. Where the problem. And in fact, one guy said to me, listen, I'm paying insurance and I get nothing. Maybe if you take that money, you put the insurance and put it in the bank in the speed. When you are coming back on it and fix your place.
You see,
Everything insurance is such a bad thing. Okay, you will save the same money.
The people that are responsible for this mental damage wanting to come back to lead Grenada again. Is tantamount to us asking Barry to come back.
Yeah.
Because both of them did the same damage, so one physical, one mental. So what was done to our youngsters is as bad as Barry.
Okay, what again?
No.
What the one? What the mental?
Yeah, these are characteristics.
6. Okay, yes.
But and by the way, I don't think as many as 6 persons died. What I heard was 4 persons. And
died during the actual passage of
and less than that, some persons died immediately and they thought it was as a result
as a result of
but it wasn't as much as Sudan God, but all knows how lucky we are. It's not to have survived this disaster. and still need to talk about it.
I don't think, Colin, I don't think we really appreciate what we did not get. I mean, the fact is that we see what we got, we see the damages. What the covered was, is the point I'm making.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we don't even imagine, can you come to imagine what we missed? Yeah? I mean, we're talking about category 4 and 5, but what did we miss? Was it supposed to be 7 and 8, and we just get 4 and 5?
And here, Mr. Compassionate, the one who's been in government for 40 years, 33 years as Prime Minister, I ain't seen nothing in Canada.
Well, yes, he did.
What? Nothing? Nothing is a number? Well, I don't understand. I don't see nothing happening in Carriacou and people jumping up. And
Well, probably, sometimes there are those who might have cookie eyes and they're looking one way and they're seeing things at a different angle. Probably that's what happened. I mean, we have to, even during this time, reach out to those who cookie eye, because they have to see properly. If we're going to, as the caller is saying, if we're going to build back this country, we have to have a clear vision. We have to see clearly.
I mean, it's not going to hit us. It's not going to hit us, but I mean, everybody has to put their hands on board eventually. I mean,
yes,
you can't just only have the female. You can't just only have the female, doing all the heavy work and then just sit down. No, we have to do better than that, But that's just my observation. So I just want to make that what's good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your call then. And the telephone numbers again, 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. Next caller you on. Caller, come in.
Good morning, Mr. Kim.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning to your panel.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you all doing this morning?
Fine, thanks, and we hope the same for you.
I'm doing okay.
I am humbled in the name of.
Good.
Yes, go ahead.
I want Satan ransom before you open his mouth. Tell us what he did with the building construction money after Ivan. When he could tell us what he did with it and how much he get, then he can come and open his mouth, and we would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Well, there's a lot of questions been asking, and transpired, and I've been hearing so many comments, but somebody told me that not much was done in making sure. Post Ivan. Yeah, and there are some people who are still waiting on the relief package that was promised to them over 20 plus years. So but just imagine that. Yet
again, while you might be hearing that, others might be hearing this, and everybody hearing everything. I also heard that there are people who have stored lumber and material below their houses post Ivan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and when you compare the process and when you compare what has happened, I mean, we have to learn the lessons that this is not a time for us to separate each other from each other. We have to come together collectively to rebuild this place. So I'm just saying that what has happened in Ivan certainly would not be. We cannot allow that to happen, and we don't encourage that to happen. No, because we have to, not selfishly, try to build, but together.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Yeah, and I think that is the approach that we have to take.
Okay, but what has been taking place anyway, over the last couple of years, not couple of years, but quite a bit, is that we are supposed to be dependent so much on government relief. We're getting a sort of a. I'm just trying to see if we could find out where this.
Something coming in by you?
I don't.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Now we have been made to believe that whatever takes place, government is supposed to fix it. That's it. And that is the wrong message that's going out there right now. And the opposition, and I've been listening to some comments coming from the opposition. But as one caller mentioned last week, the people in opposition don't think that they're part of government, They don't think that they're part of government. They just think, well, they speak, like in the government and doing this and the government and doing that, like they're not involved, like they have nothing to do with it. And they're not even making a contribution, a meaningful contribution in any way. Whenever anything has been tailored, to assist the residents of Carriacou-Petit-Martinique, they all just keep silent there and just waiting for some sort of a posting on a Facebook or some kind of microphone from a media fraternity or somebody to come in front of them to start saying, oh, I feel sorry for the people of Carriacou-Petit-Martinique. Oh, they should do this. Oh, they should do that. What are they doing? If you ask them the question, what are they doing? Ask Diablo. What with his, how many millions he claimed that he had there? At least show an example. Do a building, do a house, do something for one person. One. Don't have to be more. One. You ain't doing none. But talking about, the Red Pity and Patnip and Carriacou, and I feel sorry for them and the vulnerable and the... Every time I hear these guys, it just makes me just get so angry. Because
to avoid that, just don't listen to them. To avoid getting angry, if you're saying, don't listen to them, because that's what they bring.
Negatives.
Yeah.
Negative. And something else I've been hearing, and I just can't believe it until I hear it from the would say the horse's mouth. Now, somebody was telling me, they asked me the question, they says, well, we got damage with a burial, and we had some insurance, and the insurance did an assessment, and they're going to be giving us some money, what they think they should do with the money. So I said to them, well, it's obvious that the money given to you is to repair a facility back, put it back, as a thing. But they were advised by some member in the opposition, don't do that. Hold the money and put it in the bank because the government's supposed to build back a place for you. I mean, if a story like that is circulating, that is dangerous. Very dangerous.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
You remember that some of the houses that were built by the Chinese, some of the loyalists of NNP who were living in them were told not to pay because we get it free.
Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
So that is the mentality. I must live free all the time. Somebody must give me something. So that's what they were taught to believe, and that's what they live by. Government must do everything for me. Government must employ me, and even when I'm not working, government should still give me a stipend. You know how many 18-year-old pensioners you have now in NNP?
18-year-old.
Oh, you mean
80 or 18?
18.
I want to get clear.
18, yes.
80.
Yes.
Okay.
Pensioners.
Pensioners.
They had a little something.
How long they worked for before that?
They never worked.
Oh, okay.
But they join pension.
So here, hold a second. Vibes FM, caller coming.
Yes, good morning. I realized you referred to the statement I made last week. So I just want to even go further by saying they're not just part of the government, they're actually collecting money for the constituency. Are they spending it anywhere?
That's left to be seen.
Remember?
Yeah.
Remember, we have the people, the taxpayers are paying them, I think is what, $10,000 a month?
Yeah, $10,000 a month.
Giving them $10,000 plus their salary. And that $10,000 to take care of the constituency in which they are responsible for.
Yes.
So, what are they doing with that money is my question.
But caller, I'd just like to point out the difference in people. I cannot ever imagine the last prime minister ever thinking so good and deep and so generous as to say, let me give a member of my opposition. In other words, I'm feathering the cap for the sake of the constituency. You ever think my man doing that? You see different people?
Well, he didn't do it when I remember he had opposition, and when he didn't have opposition, make it even easier for him not to do it.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't do it. He didn't do it because remember there was and I don't like to go back to that moment, but when Karakou is the one that keep his government in power by what, 7 votes?
Six
votes.
Yes. And a partner, and I call it in, I know if he's still deceased or not, the priest father, Logan.
Yes.
At the time, Logan.
I remember Logan, yes.
Father,
at the
Logan,
time.
father and I used to work together in SGU. And Logan was one of the few people that, if Comrade Prime did what he was supposed to do, because he was supposed to go to Fatima and vote and some others.
Mm.
NDC could have won that election. But only saying that to say, at that time there was 78.
Yeah.
And I can't remember he giving the 7 people anything.
No.
You
don't do that.
You don't.
Anything to help them with their constituency.
That'll make them look good.
Mm-hmm. And
there would be a threat actually. So he definitely would not empower them by giving them the ability to look after their constituency.
But then if you consider the people, we're not considering the MP, you know. We're considering the people in his constituency. So I think that's what the goodly present Prime Minister
exactly so
doing.
Exactly.
Because he's considering people. He's not considering the MP. He's not looking to help the MP. He's looking to help the people in their constituency. So he's giving them that, that means a way of helping, where they could help the people in their constituency wherever it's necessary.
Yep.
Before I move on to the next topic that I really want to talk about, my partner, man, Cambridge. I didn't know Cambridge ever come to Karakou.
Not yet.
When he talk about the island outside so Thursday.
Yeah, all around.
That mean he never. All around. Yeah. That mean he never come to Karakou.
You have a point. I must take him up on it, and you call later.
Yes,
I'll talk.
Because if you went to Karakou at any point in time in your life, that you will see that big island. Well, let's say after Karakou, I think that's the biggest island outside.
It is.
Yeah, Jakadam. Yeah, Jakadam.
That's small.
Island. But that's the biggest one, Aileron.
Yeah.
I thought you would have known. I thought you would have known Aileron, and there's people living there anyway.
And not only
I just mentioned that.
Mind you, not only the island is the biggest, the area is so very famous because that is the local of location of Kikam Jenny.
Yes.
Anybody, Diamond Rock.
You can't miss it.
You can't miss it. So anybody come to Karakou must ask about Kikam Jenny.
When you fly, you swim or you take a boat. You go by the past
day. Yeah. So true.
Yeah. So Uncle Leo, I want to talk to you now.
Yes, tell me.
I know if Kim following, but I know you will be following. Because you had to come up and vote, you know that, right?
Yeah, man. Hey, I don't miss that.
You have to come up and vote.
I don't miss that at all, man.
So what Hakeem Jeffrey said last night. It fall in somebody in Greater Pot.
Well, I must.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I know if you're following what he said, but what he said, he said that for 8 years, is it anyhow, let's say 4 years, a breakup take place between a man.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we lost you for a little while.
Yeah. Oh, okay. For 4 years, you've been. You know who I want to call him.
Okay.
Being the man.
Right.
And after 4 years, you're still whining and wailing and want to get back with the woman. but you've been dump and you've been dumped for a reason. The breakup take place for a reason.
Okay.
And the reason still remain the same.
Yeah, good point.
We don't want you back.
Can't take it, Avanka.
Yeah, once we had to get rid of you, is because the reason we had a good reason to get rid of you. We don't want you back. So I was like laughing because I see the same thing happening in Grenada.
yeah, that's so true.
we didn't get rid of you because you're good, we get rid of you for a reason, and it's not a good reason we wouldn't get rid of you because it's good.
Yes.
Right. And we
don't want you back. We don't want you back. So stay with it.
Right.
Yeah, good man.
I hope Uncle Leo following that.
Yes, I heard the speech, but I didn't grasp that what you just said there, but I heard,
Yes,
But that is what he was trying to say.
Jeffrey,
Okay.
That's Senate representative, one of the Senate representatives from New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's going to be the leader of the Congress,
next time,
in the House.
In the House.
He is in position to become the next Speaker of the House.
Yes, Speaker of the House. Yeah.
Next Speaker of the House. Yeah.
But yes. Now, as you just mentioned that, something I saw in the convention that's going on right now. You see the energy and the enthusiasm that's in that party right now. That was our experience when the Honorable Deacon Mitchell. Honestly,
you pick it up too. I said the same thing too.
Same thing.
But I didn't say it out on this program right now, but I did say it when I see it happening. I say, wow, that reminds me of the NDC, man.
Yes,
the
man.
wave
When they were surging ahead.
Yes,
surging
man.
of the crowd.
Yes, man. Yeah, man.
Same vibes. I feel the vibes. I saw it, and I feel the vibes.
Especially the moment when all cell phone lights went on in Las Vegas. And you could look across. And you could look across from the stage.
The first time it happened was
Yes, correct. And you could see that light.
I mean, I live in here. I'm a citizen here, but at the same time, I'm a Grenadian as well.
Of course, I understand that.
But I remember, so you had your phone on too that night.
I was there. I was about to choose his head for giving me calling the wrong location, You get off. Because I was there.
Yeah. But no, I mean, it is the enthusiasm
that was one of his. That was one of his significant moments when he did that in Montparnasse. That's where the change really started.
In the Northeast, yes. So true, yeah, man.
That's where the change really started. Yes, so Leo, make sure you book your ticket all year. Because
I'm on top. And say, well, the good thing about you could have that absentee vote. I don't militate, I'm going down to Adam Street and put it in the box for myself.
Yeah, me too. I go and do it for myself.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, making sure I go and vote.
Yeah.
Okay. We need your vote. We need every vote. Kim Jeffrey say we need every vote.
Yeah.
And what was nice too, I don't know if you all see it, some of the Republicans was there. Mm-hmm. The real Republicans, they call themselves. And they give some speeches, man. I won't repeat them now, but they good. They were good at what they say.
Yeah.
And one of the people that was saying something, he said dump, and you know what?
Yes, that rhymes is. Say no more.
You know what rhymes with dump?
Dump. I know it's not coming.
Anyway.
Yeah, nice.
But going back to Grenada now and Carriacou and the whole shenanigans that's going on with the opposition, that's mad. That's craziness, man. A country in turmoil, an island in turmoil, and part of the country is in turmoil, and you're looking to capitalize from that, right?
They don't care.
They don't care. They act the bottom line. They don't care, and that's it. And they'll do
whatever. That's it. You can't capitalize on a crisis situation. All you're looking to do is give problems. All they're looking for is problems. No solutions. You have to give solution to a situation like that. All you're looking to do is point out problem. Oh, another thing before I go. I heard you call somebody name. I told you the real name is not what you said earlier on. Let me get the correct name. Shady.
Yeah.
The first part of the name is Shady Simon.
Okay.
Shady Simon.
Okay.
Before from here on, Shady Simon.
Shady
Don't say
Simon.
Simon, says Shady Simon.
Okay.
She's shady because she know for a fact what she's saying is hearsay. That's the point of saying things in a national, international area where people living abroad hearing you, all over the place hearing you. You cannot give false information. You have to be correct. Don't come and tell you somebody say something or somebody tell you this. We don't accept that out here because you don't have the facts. You have to have the facts. And if you don't have the facts, don't say anything. It's better you say nothing than to say something and it's not true.
Right.
You could be sued for that.
Definitely.
So be careful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Shady Simon should be careful. She should be careful with what she's saying and what she's saying, especially on calling people names.
No, she was probably in question form.
Yeah.
Is that statement of fact?
Yeah,
You're looking for information. I'm just looking for information.
Yeah.
Is it trying to be cute? Is it true?
Is it true?
Yeah. So
that's the way of propaganda, you know. That's the way to get
and protect yourself at the same time.
Yeah. But anyway.
Right. Okay. Yeah, but you have to be careful. You have to be careful.
All right.
Anyway, I want to shout out to some of my fans.
Okay.
They beat me all the time and tell me, I was here. I say, okay, I'll call you. I won't call your name, but I will just say hello to all those who will meet me and say, I was hear you.
All right.
And my girlfriend from Aliyah say that in housing scheme.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's from Karakou. He's an ardent listener, and I know he listening now. And I just want to shout him out. I ain't gonna call his first name, but he's on my girlfriend.
Okay.
He and his wife.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
well,
you guys take care and continue holding the fort and do the job you all doing, man. Don't tell us what Shady Simon say about you all. We know you all are good guys. You all are the good ones. Anytime people say anything about you, most of the time you're a good person.
Okay.
All right. All right, take care, man. Okay. And Kim, I saw you on a piece this morning. With the I don't know if you saw it, a video where the hurricane started and the young lady was looking for her two sons and all of that. I saw that.
Oh, okay.
Facebook.
Okay. Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah. A lot took place, eh?
Yes. This lady come up. The day, 2 days after, she came up looking for her sons because she's apparently she's living and working in Grenada, but she's from Karakou.
Right. Yeah.
So she had us to come looking for her 15 and 14 or 15 and 16-year-old sons. I don't remember the age, but
yeah,
that's a good video to have in the archive. I hope you get it.
All right, thanks, sir. Okay.
Okay. I'll send it to this. If you didn't have it yet, I'll send it to you so you could keep it in the archive.
Yeah, send it for me. Okay, I didn't see it yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when Cambridge called, give him a number, please. Give him a number, please. I need to speak to him because I just realized that I had to take him on a trip to Karakou when I come home in November.
Well, I could tell you, Cambridge going to call any minute now.
I know. Give him a number. You see, I have my number.
Yeah, I have your number. I have your number. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Give him it when he calls, yeah.
All right, okay.
All right, I really will have to take him to Karakou. He had to take some time off. I'll tell him I'll come in over in November. We had to make plans to come to Karakou, even though it's just for a weekend. Because I know he's a busy man. He have his staff, bus working.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But you'll have to take a weekend off to go to Karakou, man. I have to bring him to Karakou.
Okay.
All right, then.
Take care.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, bye-bye. Okay. Let me remind you the numbers again.
Diana listening.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. 403-0101. 403-0101. You can also call 458-1914. 458-1914. All the lines are open for your convenience. If you want to call and participate in the program, you feel free to do so. Okay. Now let's continue. Before we go further, let me take another call that's coming in right now.
Just before you take the call, Kim, there were some comments about the screen, the separation of the screens. Has it gone back?
Yeah.
Gone back. Okay.
It's gone back to regular.
I can't see it from my end.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
we sometimes lose that. Okay. We got calls on all the lines, but let me take this one first. Vibes FM caller, you're on. Caller, come in. Caller?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
He called. He's here.
First of all, guilty as charged. Hello.
Hello, morning.
I'm asking, are you guilty as charged?
Guilty as charged.
Well, before sentence, you better be good.
I don't belong to the shady.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor.
All
Yeah.
right, fine. Good morning.
Good
Yes,
morning.
morning.
You know, when you listen the opposition, they have nothing good for Grenada. If you don't have that clip, you could live with Ken to get it. With that, last year, Dr. Mitchell made a statement concerning 2024, where he expecting the citizen divestment program to come to an end,
To crash.
and the government of Grenada will have problems in paying their bills,
Right.
and you'll get back in office. Now, is it a Grenadian who love Grenada? All he wants is to get back in office. To do what?
Revenge.
To do the same foolishness that you were doing all along. when you want to develop the country, all you're doing is to make people poor and vulnerable. and now you're out of it. You just like trying to fight him to go back.
Well,
I don't understand this guy. And you have some spokesmen and women working on the party behalf. When I hear Kim speak this morning, I say I must call to find out, because you are in Carriacou, okay? And you all may know whether that is true or not. When Kim make the reference to what the opposition is saying concerning Carriacou. Now, when Ivan came, my house insurance, my insurance do the assessment. They give me the money to fix up my house. I hear from Ken this morning that the opposition is telling them people who would have gotten money from insurance to fix their home, don't fix their house. Leave the money on their account and let the government fix their house.
yeah.
I can't believe cats listening that.
Well, they listen, and I believe that's what they tell, because somebody told me the story. They told me that story too. So in other words, now, I mean, it's been said as they're saying they on the ground to them, and I think that is so ridiculous, so irresponsible. If they're making statements of the nature, they need to just shut up. Shut up. They're not Caracouans, they're not Grenadians, they're not Pitimaticans. I mean, really. I mean, the insurance giving you, I mean, and not even that, the government is making it easier for you by removing all the tariffs, CT, VAT, whatever. You just bring in the stuff just like that for your convenience and rebuild, and tell you, oh, save your money and put it in the bank. Let the government they have to fix you because they have so much money from CREF and they have so much money from other donors coming here and there and all kind of craziness like that. That's irresponsible if they're making those statements.
Well, Mr. Telephone Man was one of them. He was saying, make sure they pay you well. And that includes cleaning your own place.
Yes.
The government is supposed to clean your place. So let them pay you to do it. And they get money. So don't work for the small money and that kind of situation. As far as I'm concerned, this guy should have been in His Majesty's bakery,
These guys are them from mainland.
Yes.
We all Ivan pass, and we get up the next day, and we place. We get whatever I got. The galvanized I put back on my house didn't belong to me. When my brother comes to help me put up galvanized so it will stay inside, I say nobody and they won't galvanize. Mine go by somebody else don't come by me.
Yeah, you're pretty right.
Nobody's stealing, nobody borrowing. We're just using.
Right.
And people do the thing until the insurance was able to come around for them. And those who didn't have insurance until USAID and PARCO come around for them and help them. But she did not take money from the government coffers to fix that people's house. No. And the rest of the money that remained, that USAID and PARCO had to go back. They didn't go back with it. They leave it with the government. What they did, they set up an office in the back of housing authority when they were up behind the fort. And then they put a man from Rush Grove, a whole lot in him still, to manage it. And they're giving you up to $15,000 in loan. And that was free money from USAID and PARCO. So all those who get a house, They back up six, but from that fund, they never pay back nothing because you see, Falco was running things.
Yeah.
But they go back to the ceremony, they only talk to Grenadians, and that was advantage.
Yep. They are
And I
supposed.
remember my brother, the one that died, before he died, he said, when 2008, when NDC won the election, he says Nazimbok should not take money back from these people because that was a grant given by the US government.
Right, okay.
You don't pay back grants.
No.
You don't pay it back. But he doesn't like people and he don't want you to have. So what he wants you to do now, come and take a loan out of the free money and get you to pay it back.
Oh boy.
I mean, come on. In my opinion, that is stealing. That's how I see. And I don't care what they say. This party, they are agents from here. Everything about Grenada and them is negative. You will never hear they praise the government for any good thing do. And the government have done so much already that what they have done could campaign for the next election. Okay?
Yeah.
So I don't see what they know themselves for. Fix your party, have your convention, get yourself ready. Anthony Bosni already tell him. Anthony, yeah, I think it was Anthony Bosni. Forget this election coming up. Check on the next one.
Yeah.
When you check it, but you want to come back before election because you want the government to come back. You feel it's the devil who put Deacon Mitchell and the NDC there. It's God who do it. You cannot undo what God have already done. Your day is over. But you get your chance and you fail miserably. Okay?
Yeah.
You fail inspection. So you're gone for good. You let them not do what they have to do and take it out we're supposed to do. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Now, really, this is one of the things that's going on, with the opposition.
Yeah.
And but as he just gave a story, whereby the USC whatever they left money behind, and then they were giving it out now to residents as a loan to. Oh my gosh, free money, grant money.
Yeah.
No, that's unbelievable.
And mind you, giving it out as loan, and it's because I like you getting a loan,
Okay. If you admit my likeness,
my stand here, my
forget that,
forget
that.
Yeah.
So you as I have you here, and as I'm commenting here, somebody wants to find out based on a comment I'm seeing here. You just talk about Her Majesty's Bakery,
Yes.
and the person want to find out where is that? What's your Her Majesty's Bakery
in Richmond Hill?
Yes, I know. So
yes,
that we call it.
Yes.
So when you go there, you're going to be baking bread.
Baking bread, yes.
So that's the task.
Yes.
Vibes FM.
Find some work to do. Telephone call you want to make.
Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller, you are.
Oh, hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
my dear. Good morning.
I don't know. I want to change the subject actually and complain about flow. Flow has been a pain in everyone's behind. They're accepting money for those that owe the bill and not queries. You line up for an hour, and when you're getting there, they can't see you. I went in there yesterday because they said they were opening last week. They never did. I went in there yesterday, and I see about 7 men that came from Guyana standing up waiting, and then there is a line going. So I wondered, why are they standing there? They were told to wait. They waited there. I sat down there for almost half an hour, and none of them decided to help these people. I got up. I was so annoyed. I said, these people come from Guyana to come to help us, and they have to stand here and wait for this line to go. I said, there should be a priority. I said, there should be a priority. Or the people was waiting before them. I said, no. I said, those people that came in while these men were standing here and they get served. So I cannot understand why you all have these men waiting. They should be top priority. I don't know, maybe they don't have to pay a bill. Maybe they're getting the calls free. I have no idea. But I think that was disgusting of Flow. And I went out there saying, I'm going to join digital. Because Flow is playing the fool with people. They really are. My has been putting money on my account since burial. I still cannot make a call. to local people. And I want to find out exactly where this money is going. And why should I have to pay for roaming when apparently citizen Vincent is roaming? So I don't know. I have no idea what is happening in the flow. It has 3 people that are open 3 days a week, from 10 to 2, and they're not giving the service that they're supposed to be given, and they're not giving the service that people are paid for. And that is my gripe this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I hope that somebody put flow onto it.
Okay.
Have a good day, all of you.
A second emotion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But the situation with flow, it seems as though they have some major problems because they're not coming to par. Really. I mean, for the time that we had the service knocked out, I think they should be much advanced by now. Because even my flow account, I mean, I was so surprised, I went to check with them, and my account was disconnected or whatever. Yeah, because of payments. Then you even open for me to even pay you, and you cutting up my service.
Yeah. That in that regard, flow is excellent. Very efficient to cut out. Really. What first needs you?
Then waste no time.
Yeah.
Next, caller, comment. You're on.
Good morning.
Yes,
good morning.
Yes,
Grace
morning.
and peace be unto you from God the Father Almighty, through Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. I thank God for Milton Coy, for my cousin, Mr. Joseph, and for Kim the King. Gentlemen, thank you for your service to the Diaspora. I am not saying anything, but for those of you who didn't see me when I was there during burial, I am coming back.
Okay.
Kim, look for me.
Okay, I'll look for you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your concern.
Respect.
Okay,
Yes.
bye.
God bless you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. And as you just mentioned, the Diaspora, these are people who are always tuned in to the program. And that's
I know.
Caesar.
Oh, yeah.
I picked it up now.
I pick it up now.
Yes. Morning, cuz.
Yeah. And the folks in Diaspora are very, very happy, to be linking with Carico, whatever is happening here, because their heart is here, their mind is here, the soul is here, everything is here.
Let me tell you, Kim, you see this transformation and this new agenda. Listen to me. We have to lean very heavily on the Diaspora, because I think their clear vision with people living abroad and they're a little more conscious of the kind of abuse that Caraquans and Grenadians have been subject to.
Yeah.
And they too are very willing to do something about it. And they're very much a part of the transformation agenda, and I'm happy for that. We have to lean very heavily on the Diaspora.
Okay. All right. Let me take another call. Vibes FM, caller, you on? Caller?
Yes, good morning to Kim, Salio, and Mr. Kai.
Morning. Good morning.
Yes,
Good morning.
This is Monday, and I don't know what you all have done, but they have treated me and my wife very good because of the condition. So I thank you, Kim, for whatever you have done, or who you have spoken to, the deep Kim and Kim.
Yeah.
Anyway, before my credit is done, I would like to say to my daughter in England, said, hey, Kim gonna be in forever.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And yourself?
Well, we're bouncing around, you know?
Yeah, but we gonna make it. We will.
We will.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up and say hi.
Well,
I think that radio station does not move.
yes, so thank you in regards to your daughter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wife is here too,
Oh, yeah, well, the family. The family.
Are they trying to antagonize our no.
Okay.
All right, caller. All right.
You're all welcome.
All right. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
It's nice when you get those kind of comments coming from people. I appreciate. That's all,
Yeah.
Thank you. Just imagine that,
I tell those two, thank you and please.
You can't
Money in
go
the bank.
wrong. No, that's it. It goes a
Deposits.
lot of interest.
And they're fixed deposit too.
Fixed deposit.
Sure.
All in high interest. It's important though. But we appreciate that, and like I was saying to in the Diaspora, and all around, people appreciate hearing of Carriacou. This is the homeland. What's taking place here is of the concern, the heart and soul, the mind, everything is here. And that's it, And you can't beat that. You can't beat that. So, we're feeling a gap there. And it's nice when you get those sort of comments coming from people, saying thank you.
Yep. Because and the thing that is sad now, especially nowadays, I always comment on that. That is gone from us. What is free to say thank you. I appreciate that. But again, because I don't know where it's not been taught at home, in the school, but people don't know how to show appreciation at all. And it's so sad.
You see, well, one of the reasons they're not doing it, I believe, it stems from the head, in that they are made to believe it's a responsibility of the state to provide for them. So in other words, now, if that is a responsibility, they don't have to say thank you to nobody.
But if it's state, but what about other people? You know what I mean? Well, the government, as we say, and in this instance, we understand the state to mean the government and so on and so forth. But your fellow man, the guy who you interact with every day, every night, who you and he does something for you, well, say thank you, man. Pat him on the back, say thanks for that.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
We don't know how to commend, but we're very active in condemning.
Vibes FM, caller comment. Caller you on.
Hello.
Caller you on. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Good morning, Kim.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Morning, Mr. Leo.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Morning, Mr. Coy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yes. Go
Morning.
ahead.
Morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kim.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Is there a place I could go? I never get nothing free in my life, yeah. But I hear everybody saying free this. So when the people get back the houses, like some people who need get help to build back a house, do the government have to furnish the house for them as well? Fridge, cooker, bed, stove, everything?
Not to my knowledge. I believe basically they're supposed to provide. They're going to assist you in providing a shelter, but like fridge, stove, and furnishing and stuff like that. I don't think that is a responsibility of the government. If you get that as a bonus, you gotta call yourself lucky.
But I think what happens is that they make it a lot easier for you to get your stove, like VAT free, duty free. So instead of having to when furnishing your house, instead of having to pay all this exorbitant amount of money.
Okay. Yes.
So then giving you free per se, but assisting you in
and substantially so.
Yes.
Because what I'm hearing in the air is like everything is free. There's loads of money.
No,
floating about.
The opposition that's doing that, the opposition that is doing that, they're just spreading this kind of false information out there to make people believe that everything is free. It's like what, when we freeland? Where we are?
So where in the world could you get a treatment?
Well, I don't know, but believe me, the rumor has been spread out there. And they feel like, the government is loaded, the treasury is loaded, there's money here, there, and everywhere. We don't know what to do with the money to their citizens just like that. And it's a false sense of security and information that's going out there, Very, very bad.
Because everywhere in the world, America, Canada, UK, they cut them back and everything. Everything cut them back. So how come our government can just get it free? I mean, I don't know. Did they have a tree or they have a plate printing the money?
A money factory.
and the sad thing, I don't hear nobody saying, okay, work and build back on the opposition side. Nobody saying, okay, let's work and build back or put things in place so that in future you could have insurance so that you're not depend on nobody. It's all hands out, hand down, hand up. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, you're right about that. That is what they're making people to believe, and they're not talking about assisting yourself. They're not talking of that. Sit back, relax, and everything is going to be thrown on a plate for you. That's their attitude, and that's what they're preaching out there. And it's bad.
It's so sad.
It's bad.
It's so sad. So sad.
Yep. But
and the other thing as well, does Diablo does interview with independent journalists?
Well, I don't know. I don't follow him around, believe me, because to me, in my view, whatever he's saying is no substance. It's just criticism. and he's not making.
No. I'm talking about like your journalist.
Oh no! That's the afraid of me, man. I'm like they threw me out of the park a long time ago. But,
no, but a few years ago, I had an interview with him.
Well, I used to
call him a phone call. He was going to come back.
Yeah, no, but you see the thing about it, we used to be good friends, and we still are good friends as far as I'm concerned. But apparently, they don't like whatever we supporting. As soon as you see supporting the government, like the NDC party, they upset with that and they vex with you. You know this. You know the word vex, right?
No. Show me the lips. Show me the troops.
No.
The lips is yeah. The lips.
one
I don't know vex. I like when you see the lips.
Troops. Yeah. One lip going to heaven and one going to hell.
Have Koi ever interviewed him?
Huh? Koi? No.
Yeah, not in this period, but a while I've been.
I did several interviews with him already, but
okay.
Yeah, but this last wrong, they dumped me, man.
Also, Kim.
Yeah.
Can you get Mr. Cambridge to call me? Give him my number to call me, please.
Well,
very important.
Let me make a note of your number. Yeah. Okay, right. Okay.
Right. Tell him to call me right now.
Well, yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. No problem.
Yeah?
No problem.
And I'll call back later.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Goodbye. 403-0101. 403-0101 and 458-1914. 458-1914. As this caller is just saying, and which is something that is bad that's been going around, especially if the opposition spreading the narrative, in that everything's supposed to be given to you. Sit back, relax, don't worry, man. We're going to take you. The government have money. Give them how much 100 and how much million, and they getting this from donors, and there's enough money. Stop donating. They went as far as to be saying stop donating, because we have enough, whatever. And that is so bad. And they're not encouraging people, as this caller say, to assist yourself. Help yourself. I mean, it's written, God help those who help themselves. But they don't seem to believe in that. They just believe that they should just sit back there and everything will be handed to them. But later on the program today too, our minister will be here and he'll be outlaying a lot of information to the public as what assistance is coming for them and how they should navigate and get and whatever, and encouraging them as well to build themselves, to put themselves back together. Everything is not going to be handed to you on a platter. You have to make that initiative to do it, but it's not happening. And the opposition, didn't do anything as far as I see to help assist the residents of Caricom Petit Martinique. They didn't do nothing. They come up with these meals and wheels. Well, I'm hearing so much criticism about these meals and wheels. Every day is one chicken wing. Let me tell you. I wrote it down, One.
They're still afraid of us.
And they're not even going to. Toilets now is another issue that they're talking about, because they said these portable toilets have not been serviced. So don't go close to them now,
Whoa.
Don't go close to them.
Because Jamaica, they're green.
They're green.
Yeah, and no running water either.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So just imagine, and that is the best contribution they could make.
Well, and as much as the this thing is substandard, they still want to label it. That's where it's coming from.
Put a sticker on it.
Yes.
I wouldn't want my sticker to go close to them.
No shame.
No. But the whole idea is that they are not interested in helping people to develop themselves. Make it easier for them to be able to cope with the situation, because this time with this hurricane, I don't think we realize that the real stress is not yet taking effect, With this watch, the real stress is not yet, we're still on a sort of a introduction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the norm, everything has changed. It's going on and on. You cope with a situation for just one day. Fine, you deal that 2 days, yes, 3 days. But when you think about the long term now, listen, boy, for the next 6 months, for another year, I would have to be in this thing.
Yeah.
That ain't sounding right. And that is where people are having issues now, where the stress is really taking a big effect.
We talk about all the impacts that people been having, and even a caller earlier on talk about people dying. But a lot of the things that are happening or have happened is as a result of the pain that we couldn't take. Um, so we're not going to. We should not be accepting the fact that this is just for now. This has to be a long-term recovery process. Imagine, you were accustomed to electricity for all your life. Switch, just open the fridge, take some cold water. Yes, let's do that. Put you eat and you don't want anymore. Put the rest there. Another time. And now all this stuff.
Yep.
If you have food, you have to make sure you eat it.
Because it's not going to last
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yeah. And so you're in darkness. Candles, lamp, I haven't seen any lamp as what I know growing up. Lamp, lantern, candles. So now we can't flick. You can just flick a switch. Thinking the same. How are we going to?
Yes, sense that we have a job going on for youngsters, and unless we attempt that task and in a meaningful way and put the pegs where they belong, we'll be chasing our tail. It's no good because you can't tell me that in a situation like this, we didn't see the need in some instances to band together. The most crowded spot you see in any car these days is where they get free food. And again, Kim, to your point, that's where the male population exceeds female,
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about that.
Huh? This is not a joke. So
But
there are more young men with a styrofoam box than women. But the reverse is true. when it comes to be doing something, men absent. I told my buddy this one is a lucky thing I'm not in charge of any place, because if you're working, you have to be going to school, Nooking booking, you can't just day in, day out, idle, you're not contributing. How you expect something to happen? How you expect to survive? You must be giving, you have to do something. It's a simple formula. You want to get your, if you're not doing that, something is wrong with you, and that's something. Anytime a young man, you're working, you're going to school, you're in the wrong shop. Yeah.
I mean, in times past, they might you would have heard about on the block, guys on the block. But the block doesn't so much exist in your shop. Wrong shop, talk all kind of whatever you talk, but then you can at least still get something out of it. I find, listen to what people think, but that doesn't exist anymore. People don't want to gravitate where they can think. Thinking is becoming extinct. Just be numb. Don't think. And we have to bring back a place, get back to a place where we think for ourselves. We understand that these things have to happen. You must plant before you sow. I mean, you must sow before you reap. Yeah. You can't say, boy, I want to harvest a corn and just go in the garden and expect corn because you have it in your mind. You have to sow it first. It's a universal natural principle. So if you sow that kind of attitude and mindset, we can expect people to reap other than what they sow.
Vice FM, caller coming. Caller, hello. Hello, caller, listen to me please on the phone. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yes.
You walk in? No. You have a payday? No. You're looking for how somebody go at you. I hope you go take it that night. Them boy want to go see you come out with box. Then they go ahead. Listen up, diners together, blood diners together. Bind us with a coat of love.
That's so
bind us together, Lord. Bind us together. Help us to appreciate. Wait,
Thank
some
you.
Sally, you don't helping me. Yesterday I listened to Riley. And Riley said 3 ships they have and the coat of arms in Trinidad. That had to go.
Yeah,
They will replace it with instrument. But I want to tell Riley, our Prime Minister started that already. What then with $50? So Prime Minister ahead of him.
You okay?
Yeah.
Listen, Mr. Leo,
Yes,
this
love.
morning I was listening to a very interesting program on GBN where the people were talking about mental stress concerning the correct people. And you have a man in Grenada every morning in a program calling for the help. I hope you listen to that program because they never talk about houses. They talk about sometimes the people just want to see people. They just want somebody to talk to them. So I wish he could go up in Carrico one of these days and go knock at the doors of people and study to help them. Mr. Leo, you build a house, a new house now you build back. And late next month a stamp come again. That's thinking you more into depression,
Yes.
I find the government doing a very, very good job, and I'm begging them, leave the government. We have young brains what could think, and they're thinking very well. Give them children as they call them, give them a little break now. Help them with all your higher strength. Hold up their hand now. Look what these people and how much money they pump in agriculture again. A country supposed to mind feed themselves. If you can't feed yourself, we are no country, you know.
So true.
And the people, the young men and women who have the NDC feeding needs have to pump in some money to help agriculture. And they don't, what they want these people, let me tell you, some of us as parents, we are children, we hold them children and them treating us bad. They thief in you all, some of them children, all what they see their parents for is money.
Oh boy.
All what they see them and this group of people, this group of NDC young people trying their best. They are not then even helping young people alone, you know, ageable, middle age, them children trying.
Mm-hmm.
Why how they and these children and them back as they call them children. Them children trying very, very well. Please, Ali, support these young people.
Yes, of course.
Support these young people in what they're doing for this country. These people don't could have come and mess around and lie us and tell us they have to pay how much money and all this money they get taken in 5 years' time. If you want to show them out, we show them out, they pocket full, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't think that we're seeing these people and I'm trying to help the country. So I'll help them now to help all your parents. Some of us have some children in the house. Oh, God, where are they treating you?
Mm-hmm.
This group of people in government, they're treating the Grenadian people better than even some of with children in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, man.
Yes, you're right.
Every morning is just negative vibes. So they're breathing in too much of negative vibes. So the negative vibes is in the air. Let me hear something positive now. As Cam Jones said, the government have loan giving out to help the people who want help. They're not preaching that, you know, they don't want them to do that.
No.
You know, they want them to do
Grandpa.
that. Look at Mr. Leo. Hey, last Mr. Leo say about the people that come to help the fire is in his property they live in, but the people on the mainland making us believe that the people that come to help kayak living in the tiny house and the kayak and them need place to stay, no.
Yeah.
But some of them others wonder how kayak come so growing up as a little girl kayak didn't so bad and they just stepping so hard working people with force TV one is fighting kayak who have one thing, you know. But I know the group of this young people, they breed and I not never loved it.
So
Only
God.
to sit down and depend and just get things. They don't teach them to work. But the bigger kayaks than them, they know how to walk.
Amen.
They
Amen.
grow working hard and
Amen.
all what they have.
Amen.
Now they put in a shame and a disgrace and kayak been there, so.
No, never did.
Come on, man.
What?
This government, they're doing very, very well.
So-
The other government, so much years, life off, to pay the pension, he tell us so much millions he go bring down the country. This young group come and 75 million, you hear they're talking nothing about pregnant treasury again, because we shall know how to do C-section, take out the pregnancy, and free the belly. So they don't talking nothing about that.
Yeah, man.
Because the 75, the high pregnant treasury they live there, he work on the people of this country. So it's new pregnancy what they know. So they forget about the live a pregnant treasury now. He spend it on the people of this country. Come on, Grenadian, let us change our attitude and help. When the time comes for election and we want to vote, we vote for who we want to vote again. But right now, the country they in a way. I tell you, Mr. Mills, I come out in Canada, and we was talking to some people, and when they hear the statement that they're making here, I saw them, they want to, so if I send my husband or my son in Grenada to help, they have to sleep in the cold and in the winter, and they come to give service, they leave the comfort of their home to come and help, and you expect them to sleep in the rain and the wind because they are custom with the rough treatment. They are custom sleeping outside, they are custom but Grenadians know how to treat people. You can't have somebody coming in your country overseas to help you and you expect them to sleep in the rain and in the cold.
Not only
and
that.
it's not kayak here is saying that Grenadians, so some of them kayak will be happy that people come to help them.
Yeah.
Some of them will be happy. But we on the mainland, we sleeping in the house, we waking up nice, but we only condemning and only put them in house. Put them, you build a house, somebody today and tomorrow start coming in. Well, what do? They're getting on like if it's and this you have to bring that stamina.
Yep.
Anyhow, Papa, listening.
Okay. Yes, we love it there, and we'll stay bound together.
Okay, thank you. 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. So Leo.
Yes, sir.
This somebody just mentioned me and saying if we could possibly get a reason or understand again why the cleanup crew, the pristine what they have going on right now, why the men are absent. Why the men are absent? Because a group, they say in a gang supposed to have at least 12 persons. And if you were to find 2 out of the 12 are male, and that's because they're using sometimes weed eater or cutlass or something of the nature to cut bush. The rest are all females.
You must understand again that a lot of the young men of today, 20s, 30s, are those that grew up in the era where we were taught literally not to do anything, because even our health care, I've always said, medical treatment and medical business is very, very expensive. But those guys of yesterday will try to make people believe that it's available for cheap. You don't have to pay anything. And as a result of you not having to pay anything, you're the victim of standard care. So you're not doing yourself any good.
No.
So if you contribute, every little dime counts. It'll go a long way. But we think to make demands of our people, no matter how small, is not a popular thing to do. It's not going to bring me. Understand me? So in order for me to retain that loyalty among the less suspecting people, I must make them believe that I am the Messiah. I'm the one who provide the manna that's coming from my heaven. And so when that happens, I have to work. The manna is going to come sooner or later. And when I could enjoy that, then I'll support you. Not realizing that this very act is what's keeping you in bondage.
Yeah.
And Bob Marley's been asking us for a long time. Mental slavery.
Yep. It's very sad when you look at the situation as it is.
We have to eradicate that.
I just find it should be maybe the other way around. Men taking the lead to provide for themselves and for others. Because I know growing up, it was something that I look forward to, that as soon as I'm able to work to take care of my siblings and to take care of my mother, father, and all those who are in need of help.
You know what my mother used to say? Because my father was always sailing all the time.
Yeah.
But anytime you mess up, she remind, I'm the man in this house. So that's the lead role. The man should play the role of the man.
Right. Yeah.
But again, what we have is a bunch of kimoking, no form of money making, just pure posing, and it's those kind of people, the more active father and children. So when that apple falls from that tree, that is so lazy and good for nothing, we're getting, and who, and there is no home again because it's the baby mother and baby father, and nobody has respect for nobody else. So you see, those things that will be cultivated and grew a lot of that crap that we have now. There's no chicken coming to roast, and for that which we've been doing for the last couple of decades.
Whatever so that's
but somewhere along the line.
Seem to understand that, Leo. You don't seem to understand that.
Well, then sowing. They shouldn't expect.
That's a process. Sowing is a process. Reaping is a process. Yeah, the only process that we have control over is when we put it in the ground there. What goes on there, we have no thinking about that. But all we see is coming up. and we're getting ready to reap.
But that you see, fact of the matter, the current condition is not going to change, because even though it could have been preached from the highest hill and as often as daily, it's not going to sink in, because those are the people that we're talking to who don't know an alternative, don't know anything different.
Yeah, they can compare.
Yeah, and contrast. Yeah, you know,
and contrast and say, but this was so and this is so and that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
so they know anything else, man. They didn't. As far as they're concerned, the world only has black, because they've never seen white.
Yeah.
So you know they can't difference between black and white. That's what you know.
What has become of the attribute of thinking? Huh? I mean, yes, there are times we are called upon, we are told things, and we have to think for ourselves. Okay, go and jump over, because below there is a new world.
The only thing you could do when you're sleeping is dream. And a lot of our youngsters are asleep.
So they
can't think.
So dreaming is not thinking.
No.
Dreaming is involuntary. Can I think? Yeah, it happened to you.
You know.
Yeah.
You know, subconsciously is not know what's going on.
But yes, thinking is very important. We have to get our input to think. And one of the things that you can do is challenge things, question things. Yeah, you will think, you will be able to compare and understand why the sun is so hot, why the moon is so cool. Think, ask questions, you know what I mean? And you could be able to understand, hey, listen, that this is not just about me.
Same thing I was alluding to last week when I said sometimes, you know, again, talking about contractors and owners, and we could make it a little more accommodating if we take time off to ask a question. Why this is so one, that's so that. So somebody could teach you something. And if you don't do that, you'll never know. As long as you remain tight-lipped, you'll never know.
And feel that you know.
Yeah.
That's the other side of this thing.
Yeah.
You know, you don't know, but you feel that you know.
Sad, eh?
It is.
But that's what's taking place right now. But somewhere along the line, you know, change will come.
You know, our part of what Dr. Mitchell is saying, what did he cite as not happening in Carol? Or is happening too slowly or not at all? Did he cite anything?
You're talking about the homes. In other words, people are still in shelters, and by this time they should have their homes already. You know, it's not.
But they tell you this is not a sprint, it's a marathon.
That's basically. And the same thing was coming from what's her name, Evelyn Pierre too. She was saying that people are out of shelter. I mean, are in shelters now, and the government has money, how much money that is there, and why they're doing this and why they're not doing that, and blah 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 blah, whatever the case may be. I was even telling him that when the government was you know, because everything has been done black and white, you don't say, you know, in Parliament, and when these conversations are taking place of assisting and allocating monies for Carriacou and Peter in particular, St. Patrick's Island, you know, St. Mark's. They're quiet as a lamb, they say nothing. Because you know why they're so quiet? Somebody was telling me that they don't want to be involved in the process, and they're feeling that if this mission is accomplished, that's a out for them altogether. You know, they finish it. So they want Carriacou and Peter to build back, you know.
Yeah.
They want Carriacou and Peter to stay as it is. So this way now they would have a chance of coming back, because say, look, they couldn't do it. We could do it for you. You know, look, whatever. That's the whole idea, you know. They don't want to see Carriacou come back. But they're still talking about nothing happening in Carriacou and Peter. The hypocrisy and that wish that they have there. Believe me, it's like a death sentence, in my view. It's like a death sentence for them. Because they ain't coming back. Forget the Diablo. As you just mentioned, this morning, one of the callers made me realize, you know, what I said last night with Jeffrey on the convention. The wife divorced you. They want to. Where you going again? They throw you out. Vibes FM. Caller COVID. Caller?
Hello?
Hello. Yes, you're on.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Yeah.
About the program?
Yes, yes, yes.
Go ahead, son.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Brother Kim.
Hi, hi.
Good morning to all the professors.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yes, Leo,
Yes, good morning.
Carl, everybody.
Morning.
And it's family that called me.
Okay.
I want to be very clear this morning. I hate all kind of things saying this morning. These people are so cruel. That's the only one I could use this morning for them. If these people, because they telling them, give them guys like hands up, like 100 and something thousand, they kill everybody. You know, these people posting and saying to hope they don't take in their tax money and give it to them guys and because they don't see what they have to be giving them all this money for. You could imagine these people and so cool. You have a lot of Canadians, very Korean, pity Martin and have more politics things. Some of these people need to be living in Somalia and Ghana and places, and the children have to be running with speed. And they know nothing but no government and things for you to survive. Like where some of them people meeting, you know, them could, I mean, following these kind of people and them, when this election come up the next one, they were thinking that's to buy for somebody in them in there. They will think that's to buy for. People waiting for them, you know. Getting paid, don't do this, don't it is. They want to put in the room up with him and see and so you and them kind of people and all of you.
Yes.
They're not doing it. A man cannot write by a vessel on the top. I will not the again like old time starlight and and telling that a certain man in Peru, tell him he didn't call him, but everybody suspect who. But he tell him don't use the insurance money, keep it in because they get sufficient money. These guys that them is wicked, you know, so everybody know doing that. Then what doing that? The next one is Clarice Morel. She's so wicked and cantankerous. You know what she's doing? She going on a platform and saying that she sees her name like Now Ching, Long Blue, or whatsoever. Funny names, calling them funny names. So if I was a Canadian woman and I married a man who from China, rich man and he name Long Blue, and he have a Grenadian passport, he can come and register to vote.
Yeah.
What is that name? John Baptiste? Or Emily Pierre? Or Cock? Nolan Cock?
Yeah.
Or the one in the north? Angela? But they never put you. I never meet a gun radio station, so nobody can speak in okay.
I know.
Nobody know. You want to call boy, first I doesn't want to remember their name. I just forget. One day it was a police. I just forget what the name. But so people don't know for them. You could imagine your children hearing these men and them. Some kid answer from it. Why? What? Why? Pray for them, we. Pray for them. Only God will know. Only take it.
Yeah. Okay. As the scholar just mentioned there, you know, which is something that some people must have missed here, as they were saying that they noticed in the registration of voters, you know, strange names that is not our names. You know, it's like the Johns and the Jones and the Baptiste, and Thomas and things like that. You know. So they might see a Wangu and a Huka, whatever the case might be, and they're claiming now that these people are not eligible to register.
Well, you know, I mean, I don't think they need to go through all of that because you can challenge things. If you see a name that you're not comfortable with, the process has the opportunity for you to question it, and they in the parliamentary election office have to give you a. So I'm saying the noise they're making about strange names.
No, they just want to speak. That's the bottom line. Well, because as you very well know, like for instance, you know, if some German were to come here and say I were to get married to a German, whatever the name was in German, they would carry my name and say, well, I'm Mills. So they, you know, and that's it. So now if someone here, say like a female, marries someone else, from another foreign country with a different type of name or different language, whatever the case may be, they could carry that as well. So when you see that, they know you're going to say that person, they know, because they're husband and wife now, they're eligible to be part of the process, to register, to vote and everything like that. So what wrong with that? So if you see a strange name, but they just want to talk. They just want, listen, they just empty barrel just making noise.
Yeah,
that's the bottom line.
And
they know better than that,
And
they know better.
Don't forget, Kim and Leo, empty barrels make the most.
People singing for the supper.
Yes. They make the most noise.
Mm-hmm.
But if the barrel has something in it rolling down the hill, can make all the noise.
No. Matter of fact, I remember when we used to go to the system to get water, and you get a barrel. When you go into the tank to fill it up, noise like crazy in the road.
Yeah.
As soon as you pull it up, you pass in and nobody. But these people are just making noise, useless noise. But they have nothing to say because they're not making a contribution in rebuilding the society and in assisting people. They're absent. They can come and talk to me, As one caller said, you come on my show, you're joking, making man. They see the show in friendly.
Friendly.
Yeah, friendly. Building back better. And this is something that I think that we have to remember, and the Prime Minister is saying, and they intend to do. Don't, as in the case with Ivan, I was hearing, when the Ivan passed, the government in the assistance was giving people lumber, just give it a few pieces of board, whatever, plywood, whatever you need, whatever, to go and knock up something. Listen, that is not a solution to make sure that you build back better. That's just a repeat of what you had before. And if the same incident were to occur again, you're back to square one.
It might be even worse.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
Back to square one. So you have to make sure, and this is why the government is taking, and I guess when our minister come here today, he's going to even explain the process that people have to go through with patience to make sure that they get something that's sustainable. Because you can't go back. You can't go back to the same old. It's not going to make any sense.
What I'd like to find out, and I probably think they should start sooner than later. What's the process for government acquiring certain properties?
Yeah, that is an issue that in building back better in Carriacou, we need to address. I'm going to just get to that in a moment. Vibes FM, caller, come in. Caller, you on? Caller?
Yes. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yes,
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Listen,
I'm great.
somebody just brought up a very valid point with Clarence Modest and the electoral list.
Yes.
If Grenadians listen carefully to these people, they would see that they have no interest in Grenadians. They are interested in themselves. They are missing what they used to get when the NNP was in power, right? And Kem said a few months ago, which is right, and even the Prime Minister said that, asked that question, who made these people poor and vulnerable?
Yeah.
They created what I consider a vote farm. If you keep them under your foot, you will always have them begging, right? I hear people saying, oh, I don't have gas. I'm going by the minister and lay that for our cylinder, and there is work right now home. There is work for people to do to help themselves. If Grenadians think, and I can't believe Grenadians are so stupid that you cannot see the destruction that the opposition party is creating among them. Education, right, is one of the things. And anybody who could control your mind could get you to do anything. And that is what, especially the younger folks, they're not seeing that this man is using them. You notice these days he's not saying much.
Yep.
You have people like like the Emmeline Pierre and the Skeeter, whatever she name is, always grinning as though she am looking for a dentist. You know, and and what they don't realize, Emmeline Pierre would not get the control of the party. He would not give up power to them. Skeeter Davis, Skeeter, whatever she name is, she is doing her desperate best to outdo Emmeline Pierre. She wouldn't get it. As far as I could tell from what I'm hearing, is the Hosford guy that he wants to put back there. After he kick him out of the party, that's who he wants to put back there. But the guy thinking, because he realized that he could use him like a puppet on a string. If he put him back there, he could get him to do anything.
Well, Carla, hold a second. Hold a second.
Mm-hmm.
I just talk about the hotspot guy, you know. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was telling me that the hotspot guy was trying to make a deal with Diablo. That if I'm going to come in there and you're going to make me leader, give me your constituency to let me represent your constituency.
Guaranteed.
So it's guaranteed, because if I were to win or go somewhere place and I lose, I cannot be in government. So if you want me to be the leader, give me one of the constituencies that you're sure I'm going to win. Give me yours.
Okay.
Diablo said,
okay.
Diablo said, no, boy.
Well, of course.
Yes,
You're careful. You're save yourself.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
The man is wicked. He's not dumb. He's not stupid. He's wicked. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
The worst move he make in my estimation is the person he ran in St. George Northeast. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That young man spent most of his life in America.
Yes.
People don't know him on that side of the thing. If you'd put him to run in Northwest, he had a better chance. And that what he could have done, because the guy is from that area there.
Yeah.
What he could have done was he could have run in any area and win. So put the guy that he put in Northeast, put him to run in Northwest, and he takes somewhere else. You know, that was the first dumb political move that he made.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, I am not sure that he registered West because he living in Victoria.
Okay.
You understand? That's his place. That's his place of residence. No. So you can't register in Northwest when you're living in Victoria. You understand? And that is something that needs to be looked into.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
And I want Ghanaians to open their minds, not so much their eyes, open their minds and understand that this man has done damage to the psyche of young Grenadians, any below 25. You know, he has done psychological damage to these people, and that is why he could use them now, because they cannot think for themselves. You know, as I say, I was shocked hearing one Colorado. I'm going by the minister. I don't have gas. I'm going by the minister. The child wants her shoes. You know?
Yeah.
What about, and some of them walking? Some of them work. He have control of minds of these people.
Yep.
You know, because he has control of the minds of these people, he could get to do anything. The task is very hard for these people. For the government, it is hard to break that cycle. You know? And the next thing that they have to do, campaigning should never stop. They should have a ground game. Yeah, I was talking to I was talking to somebody and encouraging them, get a list of names with people. Occasionally, you send them a newsletter. This is what is happening in Grenada. So that is a means of educating people. When I get a letter, you have somebody going around. You don't have to use the post office because it's going to cost you a lot. You have a team, right? You have a form letter, you know, and as you're visiting people, you're giving them. You're giving them a little. This is what is happening in Grenada. This, I think, could help to educate a few minds that are still in darkness. And next thing, they should get rid of some of these stations that have that's spreading this propaganda. They have to learn from the lessons of the revolution. I grew up during the revolution time.
Okay.
And it's a propaganda, the propaganda that caused the crash of the revolution. Huh? Envy and jealousy caused Morris Bishop his life. And I'm sounding a note of warning now. Deacon has to be very careful. He has to be very careful because even in his ministry, I believe they have the people right there. He has to be very careful.
Yeah.
You see what happened with the one Lacquette?
Yeah.
Yeah. He has to be very careful. He has to be very wise. Some of them PSs and them still doing the opposition. And I understand that you cannot fire everybody. You can shift around everybody once you become a civil servant. You understand?
Right, yeah.
But you have to keep a watchful eye and an open ear.
Yep. Yep.
Because that is what brought the revolution to a crash.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Not all that look like sheep is sheep. What I say, there's a traitor on board, examine the horn.
Examine the horn.
Right.
Right. That's what they have to do. I am very pleased. Wait, let me say that. They're talking about Ivan, right? Not Ivan, Beryl, right? I personally lost my roof in Ivan. And up to now, I haven't gotten anything for it. I was given advice to do an estimate. I got somebody to do an estimate for me, brought it into Postal, and up to now, I didn't get anything. And I'm talking since Ivan days, right? Now, I'm not able to build back the way I wanted to. So this thing about they get money and the thing, you hold your insurance money and let the government build back for you. You understand? This is a way of making Grenadians even more stupid than they are.
Yeah.
Because the government, whose money you getting back? Your money.
Yep.
You paying taxes.
Yeah. They don't realize that.
They
think it's
and
money.
if you do that with everybody, right? If you do that with everybody, how police gonna get paid? How nurses and doctors gonna get paid? How teachers gonna get paid?
Yep.
Grenadians need to open their minds. Open their minds. God give us a brain. Think. Don't let somebody else think for you. They're just making you a fool. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you so much.
Somebody else a chance.
Okay, thank you so much.
Tell Deacon, be very, very careful. Him and his ministers, be very watchful.
Yes, okay.
Use discretion.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And you have a wonderful day.
Okay, you too as well. Thanks for your call. Okay.
Bye.
Okay, bye now. Yes. Wow. Let me check another call before we make any comments there. Next caller you on. Caller, come in. Caller? Caller?
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, hi, what's up?
Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Kim.
Okay, what's it?
Basketman.
Basketman, yeah.
Morning, Mr. Kim.
Morning.
How are you doing, sir?
Okay, what's up?
Oh, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Greetings.
What did you get up there? So, I hold it I accept my sympathy.
Who?
I accept my sympathy for what happened with Stammer and so forth.
Okay. Yes.
All right, yes. Okay.
I want to make a comment about hurricane and climate change.
Yes, go ahead.
You listen me?
Yes, go ahead.
Basketman,
yeah. I believe that climate change is man-made, and I want to ask a question, Mr. Leo, as I elder. Would you say in the slavery days, he had any great hurricane? Do you have any information on that?
Well, you hold me that time, basketman. I couldn't tell about the slavery days and hurricanes. And I know, like my father, the further I go back is something talking about in 1929. My father was 1929, and then I had another one in 1944, and then there came January 55. So the earliest I knew, and certainly 29, I don't think was slavery.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Well, then yes. Well, if slavery was
What I'm saying is, in slavery time, people should have been back. And no time when they punish the people, they used to tie them and leave them outside. And I never heard about any great hurricane. But after the emancipation was passed, so called, after a few years, in 1955, yeah, and I'm looking at it now that the hurricanes are produced in order to take out people from reality. And not only hurricane, all the disease that they make and put on the people, like the chicken pox, the pox, the monkey pox, the COVID, all these things man-made. And this thing is to take out people from reality. Because they don't want you to remember what happened to your ancestors on the plantation, from Africa to the plantation. So they create all this great destruction to take you out from reality. So you will not think about it. And one thing about it is like achievements. Everybody wants to achieve. So when they have money, when a man have a vehicle, he's a friend when you're growing up. As he buy a vehicle, he don't remember you anymore. Because he achieved. And this is taking you out from reality. Because this is where love changes hands. Love become a different thing when you achieve. And as you don't play a song, Mr. Kim, as long as God is on your side, you will achieve. Which God? The God of the plantation teaching, which is the white God. For example, the Bible says, according to what it says, that Christ child would be like lamb's wool, and he would be like the top of the chimney. But today we present a white God, which Michelangelo painted in the 16th century for Pope Julius VI to publish. And this is the God we are presented on the plantation, and this is the God we are praising today, the white God. And this is the achievement God. So black people is not going anywhere soon. And because they want to achieve, so we have no love. Love is excluded from humanity because of achievements. So this is the great life we are living here, praising a white God. And the next thing I want to talk about here, emancipation. We could never be emancipated with a white God. Hence the reason why achievement is what it's all about. And I would like Mr. Prime Minister, I hope you're listening, because emancipation, liberation, and transformation come on the same degree. And we will never be emancipated, as I said before, with a white God. So we will not have liberation, and we will never have transformation if the curriculum of the school don't change. And Mr. Kim, I'm starting to print a book, and I'm doing another one on slavery directly to explain to tomorrow's children, because I know most of the people here are saved, going nowhere in God, this white God syndrome, the syndrome, you know, that you have to go to heaven. I'm saying that heaven is not a place, and hell is not a place. For example, when you pass to the great beyond, what takes you to your everlasting home, which is the grave. And this is this is the falsehood and the robbing of your mind from reality. So this is how I see it. And remember, I didn't go to school like you guys, so I might have good sense and things. So I would like to hear your comment. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914, 458-1914. So Leo,
yeah,
a comment was made just before this caller, right? And she was saying that if you're living in one constituency, you can't run in the other constituencies. Is something to that effect? In other words, like Diablo in Victoria now, could he still run representing his constituency?
The God's honest truth, I do not know. But it would seem to me, why not? I mean, it wouldn't be, I mean, something that, no, that couldn't be so. It shouldn't be something that might be the smartest thing to be doing, living in one and trying to run for another. But it has happened all the time. I think it's happened before.
I'm just thinking, because, it just ring a bell there, like, for instance, like if you have, say, someone living in Carriacou, and they want to run and represent, say, in Grenada, do they have to be living down there, or maybe, or residing there, or what? I mean, it would make sense to me to be living in your community
and constituency,
and constituency and be running and representing them.
But the fact of the matter is, most of the times, those, for example, Mr. Blaze, he has his home here, but he wasn't actually living here. He spent more time in Grenada, spending Carriacou.
Well. But when he was running representing Carriacou.
Yes.
So his home was here. So in other words, where his home was is where he was running.
Okay, we registered with them, but to me, I don't see it that somebody, in other words, you could probably have two homes in the state of Grenada. Yeah, I guess the way you register as being home is my passion, but you have to. Somebody could have a home in Sotes or some for that matter. You leave both places. You sometimes you're in Lansing, sometimes you're in Belmont. I don't know.
Well, I know for sure that you must vote
in your
constituency.
Wherever you registered, yes.
Where you registered. But as a representative, do you still, Koi, I don't know if you want to chime in on this, but do you have to live in a constituency to run as a representative in the constituency? That's what we are.
No, your place of residence could be different, but you are registered, nominated, and registered for a particular constituency. But it's not mandatory that you live in the constituency, because there are precedents in the past. I mean, of course, there are people who ran for a constituency, but did not live there. They get there, So it's that you live there. Yeah, you could be a representative. Of course, it would be from a political standpoint in your best interest. But
sure,
of course,
that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Yeah,
again, it makes what you explain makes sense. It's thing for you.
Yeah. At least, once you are registered, once you meet the qualification for registration and be part of the those eligible to vote. Yes,
I think Renega could begin to have carpetbaggers.
Someone just messaged me and it says, let me see, where you have to vote, in the where you register.
Of course,
where you register.
Kim, I think it's possible because Victor Bello Philip, who's that?
Right.
Lived in Guav and run against Andal
in
St.
St.
Patrick's.
Patrick's, and Andal is from St. Patrick's but resides in St. George. The same Andal we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
He's from St. Patrick, but he lives in St. George.
Okay. So which means it's possible.
Yeah, I mean,
It could happen.
it's possible. I mean, as I said,
It may not be advisable.
yeah,
I mean, sometimes the residents, would prefer you to be part of the community.
Long and short, that's what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah. Because I see that as a plus because
Yes,
I mean, I
of course.
wouldn't want you to come and represent me.
And you don't live there.
And you live in here.
Especially if where you live happens to be a little more high for looking than where I live.
Right.
If you live in Lansapin, you come and you want to represent the Northwest.
Yeah. Well,
we have moved to MP toilets and in places. Something wrong there. Yeah.
Well, and somebody made another comment here again that says the answer to that question is no. You can't run for any constituency as long as your constituents accept you.
Mm-hmm.
And they say right now, even Deacon is not living in St. David's anymore.
No, but when he ran, he was living there.
Yeah, right. Okay. so the answer is no.
And do prime ministers the way, for example, well, where they live, their home in Montreal and.
I mean, the official residence.
Yes, and they have several different places that they live. Here is Northwest, yes.
Okay. Also, so the answer to that is no. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, you see, like I always say, sometimes these things come up and you want to, dialogue a little bit to see, how what's happening,
That was a common sense answer to me.
Okay. 40301.
Somebody is saying Leo will represent Hillsborough. Anytime I see thinking about you, I must look it out because somebody said Leo will represent Hillsborough. I don't know. Leo, you want to be a representative?
No, thank you.
No, the people didn't hear the answer. I said no, thank you.
No, thank you. At this stage in my life, I want to run for politics. I want to run from it. I want to be a gate watcher, if you will, as far as politicians are concerned, and when the constituencies that represent make sure they do the right thing. But I'd like to give a younger person opportunities to hold the rein. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always better, because it's a way of knowing, like it could be for a while. Not like a one-off. And if somebody has interest in doing anything of the nature, give them a chance and sit back and encourage them and support them as well. Vibes FM, caller come in.
Yes, Mr. Kiman, how are you?
Okay, not bad at all. Okay.
Well, I did listening to all your comments. You could live in St. George's and register in St. Patrick. One registration you have, one place your name could come up. You can vote places. Where your name is, there you have to vote. Where you could live wherever you want in the country.
But where you registered is where you have to vote.
Yes. That's right. Where your name is.
Where your
there
name
you could
is.
vote.
Yeah.
Because your name can come up two places.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, well, okay.
But leave where you want in the country. Mm-hmm. When you want to change it, you will change it because you have to pay that $50 or what to change registration or what.
Uh-huh.
Like that. What is one place your name could come up?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I can,
That's how you go.
Yeah, okay, caller. Okay, caller, thank you.
So for example, why somebody, you have 77 years and 9 months? 77 years and 9 months.
So should I eat 78 then? Because 9 months?
Call it that.
9 months, I 80?
Yeah.
I mean, 79.
79. No, it's 77 and
so
9 months.
78 then.
But we're 78, right? Okay. So by the time this thing come around, you'll be about 82.
That's 2 years?
But 3 years. Yeah, we have another about 3 years, yeah. About 3 years.
Okay, that's wrong about the 3. Yeah, so 78 and 3 is 81.
Yes, 81 right there. Okay. You can pay.
81.
So what good could you be doing now? I mean, you had so much time. 40 years, 40.
And out of that 40 years, 23
as prime minister of the country.
Prime minister of the country, not just leader of a party,
yes,
but it is prime minister of a country.
And not only 10 years without opposition,
Yes. 3 is the AS9.
Oh,
315 says 15.
15, right? Yeah.
15
years, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you had a consecutive 10.
Yeah.
And you didn't show your colors. How can you convince me now that you could do something that makes sense for the country, in particular Caribbean? Come on, let's keep it real.
Yeah.
Who's trying to fool? But you see, I believe the purpose of this gentleman is lie together to revenge. Kim, if you catch me and in a dark street, you're dead.
It had to be back in.
Anyway, can you see?
Yes. But I mean, putting it in perspective here, he referred to you as a very good friend and businessman, and you know about this. Quite in parliament, you go and call up, you never say nice thing,
Yeah, but yeah.
That's what you used to do. Back in the 18th president, I don't know.
But as you made a point, sorry, I mean, after all these years,
yeah, man, come on, man.
They just can't.
Yeah.
The thing called power, I believe, is what keeps them going. Because when you reach a certain age, like they know, the power is so embedded into their lives. It's part of their existence that they can't do without it.
But I see that as total disrespect to the members, particularly the younger ones in this party, who must be and should be given an opportunity to do what you didn't do. But you're so thick, you're so into yourself that I'm the only one who could do it, that you die with your boots on, so to speak.
Boots on?
Well, that's it.
And now is that time to die with boots on. You want to die with the boots on the ground now. So you're out of tune and you're out of time.
And that is why you see now there's not much talk again of convention, because that's like a thing of the past now. In other words, like I run things and no convention.
I'd like to hear people like Clarice and Emmeline and Kate and Peter for that matter. How you unfold this? That's your party. How many years now since was the last convention? How many years didn't have one?
I think it's about 3 years now. Thereabout, yes.
Certainly, within time. Yes, since at least since this NDC.
I think it was February of 22. I think they had the last one. I think so. February.
Like February.
No.
22.
The NDC has been there for 2 years now. Yes, so from June 22nd, right, 2 years. Before that, they didn't have one for a year plus.
So it's 3 years.
So it's 3 years. And the last one that they had when they were in office, just before they came to the election, to give this kind of united front approach. So let's say about 3 years.
Well, let's say in the case of Peter, we want Peter around. We know that. So yeah, I'm not having a conversation with Peter. But how can you explain that to people? Again, like Clarice and Emily Pierce, they say, well, I agree with you. That he's not the only wicked one, boy. No.
Vibes FM. Caller, come in.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, Leo.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget, prior to the election, he was the Minister of Youth and Sport. If you do your research,
yeah,
he's the oldest Minister of Youth and Sport in the world.
You are going to Guinness Book?
Nobody know. It said once a man, twice a child. Probably is the Minister of Youth in his second coming.
You're sure right.
You're sure right. Once a man, twice a child.
So,
Right. Don't remember he was the Minister of Youth and Sport.
Right, okay.
yes, sports. Yeah.
Don't forget that.
They going on.
Okay. And one more thing,
Yeah.
Leo.
Yes, sir.
The port now would be a great help for you now. Isn't farming for character now? Isn't it?
Well, is no like Obama said last night, I'm fired up and ready to go. As we're building back, I like the idea that we're building back.
Yeah.
So don't think that the port is excluded, you know.
Not put
And I will build back better. As a matter of fact, I don't have a rendering in my head and my mind, you know. You see all these little eyesores that were sitting there and now they're gone. It's only one more I'd like to get a little information on. And I have a design in my mind already. I want a nice seawall. And I even have a name for the outdoor restaurant by the jetty. I'll call it the Overboard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
But how we gonna bring it back there?
Eh? No, man.
How we gonna bring back the port there?
No, it's just a matter of driving a few piles and putting a deck on the thing. Let me tell you this. The fact that you see that jetty that's sitting there, that jetty have another 20 years to go in my estimation. But we want to just be on the safe side.
Yeah. Okay.
So we ain't going nowhere. This imminent danger and this time bomb is crap. That jetty will outlive a lot of us.
And it's still standing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, and he defied Beryl. He tell Beryl will not come again.
Exactly.
So yeah, but you see, so we could do with that. And there's nothing wrong with a port being in Turtle Bay, you know. Nothing wrong at all. It's just that it's your center of commerce, your capital, and all those good things. How you could shy away from that, and anytime you could convince me that that move was in any way, shape, and form enhancing the island of Carriacou, I'll say you have my I yield, but you can't convince me of that.
But I don't know for the last 20, 30 years, Leo. Before that, I used to be in Kaiko, like the 80s, early 80s, late 80s. And on normal day, he's always used to be dead. Even if when boat come within an hour, he's dead.
Well, that is relative, you know. But I'm saying though, but if you go, the whole idea, we're talking about growing as we go. So we're trying to make things better. So if it was dead then, and you want to bring it alive and make it better, you will make it better by removing that which is going to enhance it.
Exactly.
Amen. Exactly. Okay, that's my argument. If you have an intention,
and they never wrong. Always right.
On the what?
No, the opposition, they're always right. You will never talk about that now, the port now. They will never mention the port now. It will be in good use now.
Okay.
Never.
All right. Okay, Carla.
Okay, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay.
You know, as I know we have, but one of the comment I wanted to make in the whole process is building back. An expression like building back better. That was used in for Ivan. The talk was build back better, etc., etc. But I think what stands out is that we're not just building back better, but we are building back smarter. We put in some thought into how we build and why we build things the way we build. So that's smarter. And I think that's a very good approach. Yes, we have all these things that we want to build back, but we have to do it smarter, with more common sense approach. Because if this thing continue, I mean, if something happened to us again, God forbid, we would be in a better position because we are building back smarter to ensure that the impact that we have now, would not be there. So that I sort of wanted to make that point on smarter.
Okay.
Smarter.
Right. Well, speaking about building back and building back smarter and all the building back that will be taking place, I told you guys that our Minister of Carriacou and Petite Martinique Affairs and Local Government, Honorable Tevin Andrews, will be visiting us today, and he has kept his word. So let me turn the microphones over and put you on the cameras as well and say Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mills. Good afternoon to everybody. Brother Leo, Brother Coy, and it's good to be in studio. I mean, after such a long, it appeared to be a very long time that we are back having this chat, you know. So I'm happy to be here, and pleasant good afternoon to everybody.
Okay, well, I know there's a lot of things that you'll be discussing today because, I mean, the residents of Carriacou in particular, which you are responsible for, are asking questions and they want to know what's going on. They want to hear from the minister. Your voice means a lot.
Yeah, indeed. No, I understand and I appreciate it. It's been a month and 3 weeks since the passage of Hurricane Beryl. I recall that I was in New York. Mr. Joseph, you met. I didn't even think we met in New York. So
we did.
We crossed paths.
Really? As a matter of fact, as I was entering New York.
Wow. So I recall I was in New York. I went up Friday, and on Saturday when I realized what was happening, that this thing is really going to come and impact us, I made the decision there and then that I have to go back home, and that if anybody has to die or anybody has to be affected, we all are in this together, and I have to be there with the people. So I was happy that I came back, but the devastation was, I mean, it's terrible. Mr. Coy, you and I was in the command center together.
Yeah,
we went out, boots on the ground, clearing up, and heading out to see who we could assist and so on. But it was a horrific experience, an experience I experienced in my life ever. And I could only imagine the people who were in their homes, and their homes were being destroyed before their eyes. It's not an easy thing at all. But fast forward a month and 3 weeks later, a lot has been done. Fact is, if you're visiting Carriacou for the first time after Beryl, when you come in, you never know that a hurricane
and the extent
and the extent of it.
Yes.
Because you look at how green the place is now, and most of the debris has been collected and so on, and stored at those storage sites and so on. You wouldn't think. So the cleanup process is going well. There's still a lot more cleanup that needs to be done. Don't underestimate the level of cleanup that has to be done. It's a lot of debris, a lot of wood and board and galvanized and so on. There's all very soon we'll be launching another aspect of the cleanup, and that is the marine cleanup to deal with all of the wrecks in and around the island, especially in the Trilby area. So even some of the wrecks that we've been complaining about for some time now will also be dealt with there and then. So that has been taking place. The government has announced two assistance measures: one, the 2 free burial, and of course we announced the assistance to the business community, and also tax-free incentives for the rebuilding materials, household appliances, etc., etc. So that and people are taking advantage of it, because there are some people who have started the process of building their homes, who have started the process of putting back the roof on their homes. So that has been going well. Grenlec must be commended, mind you. Yes. Significant progress has been made. A week or so, a couple of days after the hurricane, I said, Lord, I don't think we will be getting electricity anytime soon. And I recall I was speaking to the manager of Grenlec, and he said, this is going to be just 3 months to somewhat get back to some sense of normality in terms of getting electricity back to most part of the island. And I scoffed, I laughed, I thought, there's no way that's going to happen. And surprisingly, the team is ahead of schedule. So I think that they're doing a marvelous job with the support from the regional brothers and sisters that are on island assisting with the work. That's greatly needed. Communication as well has improved to some extent. There's still a lot more work to be done on that end, but there improvement. More measures will certainly be announced as time goes by, as it relates to the rebuilding efforts on the island. The ministry building, the work is being done on that. the administrative building. The covering has been done. The only reason it hasn't been finished, it didn't finish as fast as we anticipated, is because of material. Material is a major problem on the island, but we'll get there. The police station as well, it has been covered, but of course windows and doors are needed, and the doors, I think it's arriving soon. The schools repairs are going to start on Monday of next week, and the hospital, the work should start on Sunday if all goes well, and the senior citizen home as well. There's some work that will be taking place. The contractor should have started already, but again, material was an issue, so they had to get it on the boat, and the boat couldn't take the material at the time. And I think the material came up yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So the long story short, we're trying our best to get government buildings and institutions back up and going. Then giving the support to business community. And if you have the government functioning and operating, and then the business community functioning and operating, then the economic activities in the country or the island will pick up, and then everything else will then follow.
That's something I just wanted to stress a little bit on there, because sometimes people are of the opinion, that the process is not coming as they would like it to. I'm talking about homeowners, not realizing that administrative, is a priority. Yeah. Getting the business sector back up and running again is another, on the front end before we get to the others. I mean, it's only just about 6 weeks since the passage of the hurricane. I think we are making a lot of headway.
Of course, I wish we could have gone faster. The reality is, we know the challenge is materials. What could happen? We could imagine a boatload of material, but then what then will happen? Where are we storing it? That's something that we have to think about. And then we could bring in workers on the island to come and work. We could import them from Venezuela, from Cuba, or from wherever. Challenge is where they're going to sleep. That's another thing I have to look at. So, and put structures in place, but it requires resources. It requires a lot of strategy and putting systems in place for that to happen. But so far, I mean, if you really sit back and examine, I think significant progress has been, and there is plenty more work that needs to be done. Next week we are heading to Parliament. Next week Tuesday, heading to Parliament, and we'll be announcing other measures for Carriacou and Petit Mac thereafter, as it relates to the rebuilding effort on island.
And please, Mr. Talking about heading to Parliament, there are some areas in Hillsborough, which I think I must call them orphan spots. I'm hoping that I don't know what the process is for government acquiring them, because I don't want to see if we talk about building back bigger and better, to have some of these eyesores return to Hillsborough.
Yeah, you want to elaborate a little bit so people understand exactly?
Well, I don't want to call you a name, but they need to.
but anyways, I think I understand the point you're making. Long story short is that any rebuilding that is going to take place, especially in the town of Hillsborough, has to be done with standard. And so the physical planning unit will be operating from Carriacou and Petit Mac. They should have started. The challenge again is the office space that they should have been operating in at the multipurpose center isn't ready. So because of material.
What we'd like to see though is a comprehensive plan for Hillsborough.
Yeah.
So if we don't have that, what is physical planning passing? So when we have that concept.
So what they're going to ensure is that no one rebuild any substandard. So that's the first thing. The comprehensive plan is being worked on to be presented to the stakeholders, to the people. And when that happens, you then have your input, and then we'll make haste as it relates to the rebuilding efforts. And that again, I need to find out at what stage this plan is at, but it should be ready. Yeah.
Okay. Now let me.
But there's a lot of changes that will be made around the top of it.
Please.
We've been calling for it for a long time. They really made it possible.
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned schools, and well, I know I was supposed to have, but just telling Corey this morning, some representatives from the schools, coming to speak about what's happening in Carriacou as it pertains to the kids going back, for the next term, the new term. But what can you tell us now that is in play and what is possible to take place and possible when,
for the reopening of schools.
Reopening.
The Ministry of Education will be making a statement as it relates to the reopening of schools. So I don't want to dive in and say anything.
Well, because they were supposed to. Sorry, they were supposed to be doing a program with me today, as it pertains to giving an update on what's supposed to be taking place. But I thought maybe you were preview to.
Right.
A little bit of
There's a number of things that are happening. For example, there are people that are still in the shelters. The work on the schools would start as soon as Monday morning.
Yeah.
And we have a team of people that are now going out to do the work on some of the homes of the people that are affected and are living in the shelters. So that is.
So to move them out, you want to provide something.
Correct. We must provide this.
Okay.
So that's been done. The challenge is material. The challenge is the contractors can't find workmen. So that's the challenge that we have in our hands.
Yeah.
But it's a fluid situation. Things, the dynamics could change. Hopefully very soon as we put systems in place to accommodate that.
Another recommendation to Parliament, yes, we must have migrant laborers, or else we will be there forever and a day. Now, I hope the process of having folks who come in here to work and must have a permit to work, I hope that the process for that will be made easier, and probably certain contractors asking for qualified persons as they know to come into work. The process for that will be enabling and not burdening.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah. So all those things are now being looked at as we speak. Yeah.
So in other words, now schools, the possibility of schools opening almost on time is in the air.
Is in the air. It's in the air. And you have to take into consideration that most of the school furniture were also damaged. So it's not just the roof. You also have to think about the furniture, and you think about the people that are in there and all the other things that goes with it. So the announcement will be made in short order by the minister and his team as relates to the reopening of schools in Carrico and Petit Martin. That is, yes.
Yeah. Inform me that after Janet, the school furniture was unique.
It was what?
Unique.
Because one of the schools I've been looking at, is the Dover.
Oh no! Well, certainly for Dover, we'd have to another strategy would be looked at. Whether it's merging this student population with another school or whatever. But again, the announcement will be made. There are several suggestions and proposals that are on the table as relates to.
But did they use the Dover site for accumulation of debris?
Part of it, yes.
Okay, because.
And recall not too long ago when I was in the program, I said there will be a new Dover government school.
You did. Yet that's before Beryl,
That's before Beryl.
Before Beryl, yeah.
I know that we've been having a conversation, myself and the CTU, and we were saying, the cost for the demolition.
Yeah,
I called him back. I said, brother, the demolition is done and free of charge.
Then again, big tents, those, from my memory after Janet, you have to 80 by 100 tent. And that was in the sense of a school building for us,
Yeah.
I tell you, we were only divided by chalkboards. Yes.
Chalkboard.
Yes.
But the school population in Dover is very small as well.
Yeah.
So it could be easily merged, and Mount Pleasant. So it could be easily merged with another school. But as I said, there are many proposals on the table that the Ministry of Education and the stakeholders, parents, teachers are working out to ensure that the best possible solution is found. Taking into consideration the students and the well-being of the students and teachers. Yes.
I want to ask a question, Mr. in this context of talking about school, and this is about going forward, planning and so on. One of the challenges I heard you mentioned is about the accessibility and availability of the school buildings. Noting that most of our shelters are used. Most of our schools are used as shelters.
Yeah.
And look at the problem, the challenge it is posing now.
Yeah, three schools. Well, you could also say Petit Matnik,
Yes.
which is 4. Yeah.
Don't you think going forward that you need to re-examine shelters?
Certainly, countrywide.
Yeah, because it's not only going to should be or mostly schools. Yes, they can be, but of course, as I said, look at the challenges it poses now.
Yeah.
To get back to the education train.
Yeah.
What do you think would be your suggestion? Would be the best way to merge? Yes, providing shelters, but at the same time ensuring that this what is happening now may not happen in the same
We're
time.
trying to avoid
Yes.
trying to avoid schools
Schools,
using
yes,
shelters.
yes.
I think the best thing to do is when we are building community centers, to build it hurricane proof. So
Okay.
those community centers could be used as
Shelters.
shelters. In addition, with the building code and how we building back more sustainably. Certainly, the houses that we are rebuilding should be able to withstand stronger hurricanes. So that's the intention. But certainly, instead of schools, I believe the community
centers. I
Yeah.
mean, in fact, I mean, we have community centers there, and it's not really being used.
Correct.
To its maximum, and for the community.
Yeah.
And I think if that's so. I'm thinking that in planning going forward, being smarter.
It's a good suggestion.
We do have that approach. Yeah.
Good point.
Let me move to the topic as it pertains to the concerns of the residents. And there's excitement, anxiety, stress, everything that's involved now with people's behavior.
Yeah.
Wanting to see things happen immediately, as of yesterday. And now the questions have been asked, like what is the government planning to do in assisting those who are, without shelter, or without a home, in the shelter, but a place to stay. What are they doing now, and how soon could they expect that to start taking place?
Well, there's a number of things that must be put in place, and that's what's being worked on. As I mentioned, we've announced 2 measures. There are other measures that will be announced. But we have to again think about the reality of material, manpower. That's those are our 2 biggest challenge at this time: material and manpower. And the material coming, we're going to store it. So there is a comprehensive plan that is being worked on, but the process basically will be started, I would say, as soon as budget is read. Thereafter, start with the rebuilding process. But we've started with the rebuilding of the government institutions, and thereafter private homes and so on. People that cannot afford, obviously, to build back. So that's where we are presently. And of course, the people in the shelters, the assessment has been done, and now we are waiting on the construction to start with those people. Yeah.
When you came, when shortly after the Prime Minister was here to assess the damage, and that which was done by bearer is no small damage. So once you see and you try to fathom what took place, the next thing which he did was came here again and consulted with the constituents to find out what do we do, what do you suggest, because it was a shocker for all of us, including the Prime Minister himself.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't be as Prime Minister, he don't know what to do by himself. So after the consultation, and there was a third visit to say this is what we've done based on what you suggested, and here are the things that will be available to us. So all these things take time. These people and them, the listeners and so on and so forth. I think we do a mighty good job. And if the cleanup process was something that we're working on first, I think we're moving at good speed. Hillsborough looks good.
Yeah. So the process, there's a 3-phase approach to the whole recovery. Aid distribution, which is basically under control, and most people are now the demand for the aid has decreased.
Yes.
More because the supermarkets are opening, more people are going to supermarkets and no longer going to the distribution sites. The second phase was cleanup, which is ongoing, and the third phase is a rebuilding of government buildings and private homes.
physical planning and all those good things, madness. Rebuilding, it will take time, your design fees and all this kind of concept, and all agree on, and it's a lot of back and forth before you could actually start building. It will take some time.
And we will have another consultation, as Brother Leo, we had a consultation with the business committee. We had a consultation, and then we heard from you, and then we came back and presented to you. So we certainly will meet with the constituents again, hear from them as it relates to the things, and of course make. But there are several strategies that is being worked out as we speak by various government agencies and foreign agencies to assist with the rebuilding efforts. There's several strategies that have been working that we're working out. So that is something that's on the way.
But speaking about the labor force, which is one of the things that you have to deal with. That's a big one, because Leo, you've been speaking about that for a long time, saying that we don't have that labor force in Carriacou. Pretty much.
Before Berry, we had a problem. So just imagine what happening. And I'll give a typical example. Let me tell you what's happening. So we have the guy in his team that is assisting with the rebuilding effort of some of the government buildings, but they are staying at one of the Hillsborough Secondary School. And of course, because of the material issues of the time free leads, obviously they have to extend time. So we have to also take that into consideration, that they will be a little bit longer than expected. So place for accommodation, that's a major challenge. It's a major challenge on the island. So if you have to bring in people, we have to strategize as to where they'll be going to stay.
And the conditions.
And also think about the limited resources that is on the island. Water is a big challenge. Drinking water is a major challenge. And I speak to the people that import the water from Trinidad, because Grenada can't keep up with the demand for Grenada, much less for Carriacou. And there's a bit time they bring the water, everything is finished. So that's another thing. You have to think about all of those.
Yeah,
a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and people don't realize it. It's unfortunate. And those who expect probably the next visit, if I'm come here is $1 million to fix your house on that. That's what some people are expecting.
Well, as a matter of fact, some people are saying, well, the $180 million again, give everybody 30 grand.
Yeah.
and I'm saying that $118 million is not a lot of money. The rebuilding process will take up way more than the $118 million. And then you have to think about support to farmers, support to the vulnerable, and the people who have become vulnerable as a result of this disaster. You have to think about all other aspects, even the rebuilding of government buildings. I mean, to do the work on Mount Pleasant Government School, I was looking at some costs from the Ministry of Education and Infrastructure, and say, wow, the costs. Yeah. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And we are going to, as I said, we have budget next week Tuesday, so some of it is going to be announced in terms of what we're going to be doing. So Carriacou is going to basically getting almost half of it, but spread out in various ministries to assist with the rebuilding process. But it will require a lot of money, and a lot of time, and a lot of patience, and a lot of manpower, and a lot of everything. So we ask people to exercise some patience.
Well, even after the passage of Ivan in 2004, it took a long time before people got back to normal.
Yeah.
But for some reason, in this instance, you find like the opposition is taken to the airwaves.
The opposition. The opposition ain't care about the rebuilding process in Carriacou pretty much. They only care about political grandstanding. And I'll give a typical example, because I heard a member of parliament mention something on social media about she got a call from somebody in Carriacou, blah, 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 blah. That same morning, that member of parliament, we started a finance committee meeting in parliament. The chairman of the finance committee, obviously, is the minister for finance. You had the opposition members, government members, permanent secretaries within the Ministry of Finance at the committee meeting. The opposition members didn't have, and including that member, didn't have no input, made no suggestion, made no comments, no input as it relates to the rebuilding efforts in Carriacou regarding the budget we are proposing. Nothing. And a couple hours after, the finance committee meeting. You run on social media to talk about the government need to do all it can to help the people in Caracol. I think, where was your input? You made none. You made no suggestion. You made no suggestion to even change the figures or to add more. What have you? Nothing. And that was an opportunity to do that in the committee meeting.
Minister, I hope you're not surprised.
I am not surprised, but but it's important to expose those people.
Yeah, because
because they're giving the impression that they care so much. But you see, the finance committee meeting is a private meeting. Private meeting meaning that is not it's not publicized. It says that it's not aired.
Okay, right.
It's not covered. So who is only the people there that knows that the finance committee. So it's important to expose them, call them out, and I'll forever call them out. They're hypocrites. And I made a statement, and I realized it's creating wildfire and so on, as it relates to the people that are in need, in my view, and that have become vulnerable as a result of the situation. Those people should be assisted first. I make no bones about it.
Yeah,
they should be assisted first. And for those of us who have a little bit more, or who have something, or what have you, you shouldn't deprive those who have nothing. I maintain that. But some people feel a way about it. Well, that's fine. As member of Parliament for the people of Caracol, I continue to advocate and agitate on their behalf to ensure that they are taken care of.
Yeah, well, you're right about that.
Mr. Joseph may or may not agree with that. I see breathing here.
No. But of course, you start with the smaller person first. That's a given. The only thing in that regard, I think the lack of community spirit among all of us.
Oh God, yes.
That to me is a bother and a problem.
But what really happened in Caracol? I mean, listen, man. Even for the distribution, distribution. There's sometimes you couldn't get to certain parts of the island, or you might have been able to pass in the main road, but you couldn't get to certain parts. So the stronger people, the younger people, they came and they got all the stuff, and they forget that no Granny and Farron was down the road. And I'm saying this is not the Caracol that I.
Well, we're far removed from it, yeah? And for you, I mean, if it's for you, it's a problem. The Caracol you knew is yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
What about me, who knew Caracol last year? When it was even, when you had people who do for each other, one for all for one, we jointly get together and help each other. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a bigger shocker for me than it's going to be for you. Yeah. And if we don't really, put our shoulders to the wheel and change that kind of attitude,
I think substantially one of the greatest reasons for that what we're experiencing, I think we as adults and those who experienced it did not, I'm not saying we didn't do anything, but did not take necessary time to ensure that lesson is instilled. And I think we did have an opportunity, because we are a community that we talk about our ancestors and working together, the whole approach we take in building. You help me with your garden, you come across here, we go across by neighbors and so on. And I don't think we would have instilled that sufficiently. We have allowed cultural penetration to take root. Because we know those things. That's how we did, and we're asking now ourselves, why has it become like this? Yeah. We are the ones who teach, not them, not the younger ones. I'm saying we have not done as much as we should have done to ensure that in times when it's needed most, we have that spirit of coming together. We always talk about that togetherness. So I think going forward again, we have to spend some time in educating people, so that they can understand that this is what is. Minister, you always have an expression, "Kakabawi" for Kakabawi.
Yes,
but we've been swimming against a political tide.
Well, of course, again,
a political tide that has more horsepower than our engine. So when we say the few ones that are left that are aware
of how things were and how they could be. We're not enough to fight this political tide, because a lot of what is happening in Caracol now is what was given to our youngsters by those in authority. Don't want to walk, don't want to get up in the morning, don't do that because you end up poor. So that is society we build, and we didn't have enough the people.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Resistance.
So to counter that lesson. So that we're reaping what was sown, not necessarily by us, but the powers that be.
And that's why it's important now that we factor that in building, not just rebuilding materially, but in rebuilding the lives and the focus of our people. Yeah, we have to. In fact, I think it should be a part of the curriculum in schools. Yeah, those teachings should be part of the curriculum in schools. Homes, family is supposed to be, you know.
Well, let me ask you. I know in recent times I'm hearing some children getting 13 subjects, 14 subjects, 15 subjects, 16 subjects. And I don't know if they continue to teach civics in school, or for that matter, music.
Yeah.
There's so many new titles and curriculum. And I'm wondering how relevant, so a lot of our youngsters can say thank you. Something as basic as that. So probably the education department. There's certain things, Brother Leonard, my old teacher at Presidential College. See, I don't matter how many degrees you have. I don't matter how many doctorate you have. If you can say thank you and please and good morning, you're uneducated. Because you ignoring the basics and the ability to learn to coexist in a civil way. Still uneducated.
So civic education, as just as all this administration is putting a lot of emphasis on skills training. Yes, because we see the need for it. Similarly, we do have to put a lot of emphasis on civic education. Something that you talk about.
Civics,
Civics,
very
yeah.
important, yes.
Relationships that have to be improved. I mean, not because we have differences of ideology, that there has to be that kind of dog-eat-dog enmity kind of approach. Civics would help us to understand positive relationships. Yeah, despite of our differences, we do have a lot of similarities. So, I mean, I think, we do need to re-examine ourselves and re-examine the path in which we want to go forward, because it's about building lives, rebuilding and changing attitudes. That's a lot of the going forward I would like to see here in Caracol.
Yeah. Mr. Mills, I don't know if you, I mean, I would love to hear from the people of Caracol, providing that they have any questions, concerns.
So what I'm going to do,
even in the diaspora, I'm prepared to
all right,
take your
let me open up the lines. Okay, if you wish to call, you want to speak to our minister, he's here in the studio live, 403-0101. Again, 403-0101 and 419, but that should be 458, sorry, 458-1914. 458-1914. Again, 403-0101, 403-0101, and 458-1914. 458-1914. Let me take the first call. Vibes FM, caller? Caller, you on? Caller, you on? Caller, come in.
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Andrews.
Hi, good
and
afternoon.
all the others.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to inquire about schools, because, excuse me if I'm breathless, I'm exercising and listening to you all.
Okay.
Have they considered maybe shift schools? The children attending schools in shifts, and for instance, you have work people cleaning up and moving furniture for the smaller kids or moving furniture for the high school kids. That way, all the schools don't have to be ready, but having critical ones ready and teaching in shifts. Thank you. I'll go off air now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, caller. That suggestion is also part of the plans that the ministry will announce. But as I said, there are several strategies and suggestions on board, and of course, the Ministry of Education, in their deliberate judgment, will come up with the best possible strategy and solution. But thanks for the it's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Never mind. And I just mentioned there, as a matter of fact, I just got a note from the ministry there that they will be on Speak Out Unfiltered next Thursday, right here on Vibes FM. So you're going to get a chance to even ask more questions as it pertains to the schools and the kids going back to school and things of the nature. Okay, that will be the purpose of being on the program again. So you can get your questions ready, your concerns ready, and you'll be able to deal with those situations. Okay, let me go to another phone call. Vibes FM, caller, you on? Caller, come in.
Yeah, afternoon, Kim. Yeah. You on the Mr. Andrew and
yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
My concern is that getting building materials from Grenada, because there is a cutoff point in which the port don't take anymore. And I was down there recently, and I still have material down there because cutoff period made the port remove because they have containers, some of them they have the gas truck, plenty load, and it's impossible for the port to carry all these material. So there is a backlog of materials to become from Grenada to come up to Cargo. So I was just thinking, if it is possible for, and then Dolly is not running. So if it is possible for probably one of them put from St. Vincent to come and assist us in getting our materials to Cargo, because that is also keeping back the rebuilding process where you have a limited amount would come, and then the rest would remain. So that would help speed up the process because of the carrying capacity of the boat, you know. So it's just a suggestion. I don't know how soon Dolly might be up and running.
So that's a very good point, caller. As a matter of fact, we are aggressively working on trying to find a vessel that will do just what you're asking. You mentioned St. Vincent. St. Vincent is calling all of it to see if they can get one of the Austrians to come up to shuttle people and materials back and forth to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So we've started discussions with people. I know we've conversation with one boat owner that wants to charge us $10,000 EC per day to operate. So they obviously whatever decision we make, it's going to cost the government of Grenada a lot of money, but we have to do what we have to do. But we are in the we are discussing ways and means, and hopefully in short order you would hear what our plans are as it relates to having a boat that brings up materials and other supplies to Caracou and Petit Matlick. Obviously, the rebuilding process must start.
Right.
So that's a good point.
Good. And there is one or two callers from the mainland sometime on morning time. As a matter of fact, every morning they're crying on behalf of Caracou people. I want these people and them to know that we are not beggars, and we are proud people, and we could handle this, and we know how to survive. So stop crying about the sorry for Caracou people, and we lay on that tent and a whole heap of nonsense. You could see they have a political agenda. One they call the state and on the street, and the next one. So I want these people and them to stay out of our business. Yes, they are nice people. They are nice people on the mainland, because I show these people and them never come up and move again by or some lumber from the street. Never. But they don't be running them out, propaganda, lies, and pure mischief. So I want them to hear that clearly.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. But somebody just messaged to me and says to me, what is the procedure? What is the procedure in purchasing local to avoid paying VAT and other charges like that? What is
So there are two things. One, so if you are if you are in the process of rebuilding and you want to purchase, you can go into the best office. I was looking for the name of I was trying to remember the name of the office. Best office, led by Mr. Devon Beaker, which is our lead in Karaku, and apply for the concessions, and it will be taken out and taken from there. There are people who went ahead and purchased the materials. If you went ahead and purchased the materials, save your receipts, and then you can present it to the best office, and they'll guide you so that you can get back your rebate. So that's how we could and the office could also be used for you to apply for concessions to bring in your building material from outside of Grenada, or your equipment or household items or whatever. You go to the best office.
So wait, speaking about that now, suppose you have some things coming in, from outside the country, coming in now, already on the way, and you didn't go to the office to.
You can go to the office after. And it can
get take care of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but something else that was mentioned is that we have, I think, until end of December to enjoy that concession. Persons who are asking, even though that wasn't considered yet, if you can prove purchase of items, you've already paid for it, but it's going to be arriving after the deadline.
No, this is the deadline for this is not going to be December 2024. For the concessions?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be December 24.
Okay.
I think there's a deadline for December 2024. I can't recall exactly what it is. Please forgive me. Because I can always come to give it, but for the concessions, no.
Okay.
No. This concession runs until the end of 2020.
I think the 31st of December is for the free barrel program.
Right.
That's one of the deadlines.
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, now people don't have to be scared about that.
No, you shouldn't be worried.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, it's nice, having this discussion.
Yeah, knowledge
because,
going.
Yeah, because we everybody's concerned as to what's taking place and what procedures, are there to assist, and to make the building back better, stronger than ever.
Because when I got by me, I think you take until December to assess the damage.
So by that time,
I had to buy that time up.
Yeah, but they said the process is going to go much longer, and I believe that because 6 months to build back.
Yeah,
it's almost impossible.
And you can see, for example, your appliances.
Yes.
You bring an appliance and you build back yet.
Right.
So you either wait until you finish build back and you have some place to put your appliances.
Right. Yeah. So I believe there's going to be an extended period, which is saying
makes sense.
One of the problems I'm observing also, and even the minister, and even here we talked about it, storage.
Yeah,
storage. I mean, that is a very even locally homeowners. Yeah, storage.
Yeah.
In the process of rebuilding, storage is very, very important. I mean, if the administration has to have the ability to assist people, there has to be proper storage.
One of the things I'm hoping for, that gravel and concrete, start to everybody. The aggregate though, state aggregate. I'm wondering what might be a good thing if you get a heavy batch load, probably a couple tons of that aggregate. At the pricing really, $35 or something, so a cubic foot.
Cubic yard.
A cubic yard, sorry.
Yeah.
A cubic yard. And then let us pay the cost to ship it to Karaku. It still is not going to come anywhere close to what aggregate is sold for in Karaku.
That and building materials. So it's something that is being looked at. It's something that's being looked at. As soon as we can as soon as we arrange work out the arrangement regarding the private boat, so that we can have an additional boat to bring up material and supply and our goods, building materials and so on, then certainly all of those things are already factored in. Because what we there are people that could afford, but we need to ensure that the rebuilding, we make it the rebuilding process as affordable as possible for everybody. So that's why the VAT on building materials and so on is off. But even with that, because of the freight on the boat, it's like Beshian without the VAT.
Yeah.
It ain't really making no difference for us in Caribou. And in Petit Nikki, we recognize that. That has been brought to the team in Cabinet and Ministry of Finance. So we are working on various strategies and so on. But it's difficult to find a boat. It's very difficult. As a matter of fact, we have some stuff from Antigua to come down, and they can't find a boat to bring it down. They're asking us to find a boat to come and get it to bring it down for us. That's how difficult it's presently. But the suggestion is a good one. You raised it with me before Beryl, and we started the discussion. And certainly now that Beryl come, it's something that we really and truly have to look at, and we're looking at it. So yeah.
It's very interesting that we are now having difficulty in identifying boats, and we are known as seafarers and boat builders and so on and so forth. We have all the necessary qualifications and ingredients, and if we had utilized it and put it in and harnessed it rather, I think one of the challenges of this now would not have been so.
You know, one of the problems that we have, and it's unfortunate that we didn't see any to do that before. We need storage even for the aggregate, and not only storage but for landing it.
Yeah.
So you should be able to have a barge come through its ramp ashore and front end loader. You don't need trucks.
Yes, right there.
Because that's too additional cost. Take it from one place put it to the other. Well, in Bekwe, they made that. So when the boat comes, just the ramp. All they need is the same front end loader that's offloading the bag, is putting it in the warehouse for the aggregate. So that would really make a big difference. Storage.
Yeah. There are a number of things. I mean, Bell taught us a number of things. So we really and truly, we have to think about how we deal with it. Because I said, even on a normal, I mean, you looked at the speed that we were going with with the construction, what we were doing. And on they couldn't, the hardwares couldn't keep up with the cement and gravel and sand and
before
burial. And now it was, and I was having a conversation with the Prime Minister. I said, listen, everything we want, we have to get it now, that's for Carriacou and Petit Matnik. And he said, well, sure, but all you just would not be able to manage, because the reality is you have all of the rebuilding that needs to be done, and all the infrastructure that needs to be done. How would you be able to maintain in terms of getting all the materials and workmen and so on? So I say, well, give me the challenge. I like the challenge. So I know we have, so in addition to all the rebuilding that we need to do, the ministerial complex project is still on, and that we're working fast to expedite. I made a promise as it relates to the farm roads, Dumfries and Mondo. That will be on. Project, you would hear more about it. We'll be making some big announcements there. And of course, there's some other infrastructure work that we'll be doing. The airport, of course, there's a little setback because the lights on the airport runway was destroyed. They have to replace those lights. And it's a good thing that the men took down the towers for the navigation lights ahead of them.
They took it down.
They took it down. So so there wasn't any damage to that. The damage was done to the lights on the airport street.
Okay.
So that they're working on replacing, and a number of other things. But the airport project as it relates to the improve in the terminal and so on, all of that is somewhat still on stream. But of course, you have a number of things will take priority over. Some things will take priority over the other. But the intention is that within a year and a half, all of the rebuilding of the homes and so on would be completed, and we could focus on big ticket items before next general election, and for the people of Caracol pretty much to make whatever decision for us to continue to go even higher.
Well, let me just say, I'm giving you 2 years to complete the houses and the government buildings. Because you know what's happening the third year?
Yeah, I know.
The port.
So get that out of the way. Get that out of the way.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, because our prime minister in the last town hall did mention
the work has started.
Yes, on the port. So now, so you
Beryl came and just
he's already demolished the depot for us, so it's a good. All that is airport facilities.
We have more space.
Yes, we have more space.
But it's a lot that's going to be going on over the next couple of years.
A lot,
Minister.
A lot. And Caracol really take up because the international coverage that we've gotten, and people who have seen the island for the very first time, they were amazed. So I know a number of people want to come just to visit the island.
Please let me piggyback on that.
Sure.
I'd first like to say a hearty thank you to all the workers from wherever, be the region or wherever have you. And because one of the Dominicans tell me, boy, I never know you all have such a beautiful island. And that what you mentioned is repeated time and time. Everybody wants to come.
Everybody, exactly. Yes. The workers, the Guyanese, everybody, they want to come back here. And of course, the international and regional coverage was amazing. And people saw Caracol, the aftermath. And they are blown by how amazing the island is. So just imagine when everything is restored. You know.
Next caller, you're on. Caller, come in. Hello.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good
afternoon. Good afternoon.
All right. So, Mr. Andrew, I heard through the news conference that $1 million was deposited at the GVB for businesses. What about the local population? Anything for that?
So you heard what was deposited to GDB?
$22 million for that's for businesses.
Yes.
To rebuild.
Yes.
Part loan.
Right.
Is there anything for the local population?
So, well, the business is part of the local population. So we've So as I said, we started.
No, I'm talking about not businesses, but just local people. Not. This is businesses like with Kim and all the others.
Right.
So, the businesses, but I'm talking about just ordinary people.
And the homes that
yes. So the simple answer to that is no.
Not yet.
Well, will there be anything for the ordinary man that lose their homes as well?
At the GDB?
I mean, not including businesses, just ordinary people that are not business people.
Well, we are open to have discussions as it relates to that, but as it stands, there is we are not extending any loan facility at any of the facilities for that purpose. But as I said, the process of rebuilding has only started, and various announcements have recently started to be made. This is the second measure that government has announced. There are several other measures the government will announce as it relates to supporting our people.
Okay. Caller? Okay. Now, let me piggyback a little bit on that, what he's saying there. So, you said loans for the business community and stuff like that is already in the GDP, and they could apply as of September 1st, right?
As of September.
As of September 1st. Now, for the assistance that will given to the local population, the residents, that would be no loan or nothing. That would be like.
I certainly would not be advocating for any loans for.
No, it's like grants or whatever.
Certainly, but as I said, we're having discussions. We would certainly have more consultation, another consultation with the population to hear what they input, and we'll find ways and means to try and help people to put measures in place that could make it easier so that that people could rebuild in a fast, in a quick possible time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Next caller, hold a second. Caller, you on? Caller, come in.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kimandi.
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
Hey,
Mr.
good
afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steele. It's nice hearing your voice, sir.
So I want to recommend that the ministry, well, it has to play that through the Ministry of Care Computing next, organize a special program on VAC for the people of Care Computing giving vital information.
Yes.
Because I mean, we're hearing that somebody they hear this and they hear that and they. So while it is okay, I still want to recommend a special program because we don't have television, we don't get GIS, so we need something like special and genuine coming from the ministry on a particular day maybe. A particular time.
Yes.
I want to recommend that this be done.
Yes, we've started discussion already in terms of how we do that. In addition to that, I think we'll have a big consultation with the people of Caracon PTMA, I think a town hall style meeting, so that we can inform, we can hear from the people, and of course the people can hear from us. But I think regular updates through the radio and all other means is important. But I also think the town hall style meeting is important, is even more important, where people can ask questions and so on, with what's taking place and what's happening with the island. Because there's a lot that's happening, but people are not aware of most of what is taking place on the island.
Okay, and while the government is doing so much, we can't ignore the past here. So I think we need to organize something that where members could meet and discuss and so and maybe socialize.
Yeah, so that's a separate conversation we'll certainly be having.
Right. So I'm in conversation with a gentleman who is very interested in that, and he's going to supply a tent, so maybe they put a tent on Friday and maybe on Sundays, maybe Sunday afternoon, we can meet and discuss and so forth.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly, we'll meet and we'll have those discussions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mrs. Steele.
Okay. And that point is well taken. And let me piggyback a little bit on what he's saying there too, because I think it's important people get in touch with you on a regular basis or hear from the ministry.
It's important
on a regular basis.
That's why we have all this misinformation.
Yes, yeah.
We have all the misinformation because people are not hearing directly from the horse's mouth.
Right. Yeah.
So it's important that we do, and then we will start the process of informing people in a more timely manner, and we'll have this special program where we bring the information live and direct.
And another problem that's existing right now too, which you sometimes don't remember 100%, is that most of the homes are still without electricity, and people means of communicating internet. Yeah. Or maybe
some people don't have a radio.
No radios. Yeah. It's true. That's a factor.
And then we tried it. We tried the bullhorn thing, and that worked well days after the hurricane. But no, it's not as effective as
you see, because you have so much messages,
so much information. It's too much
to be going around.
Because, for example, there's a lot of information that Solid Waste Management Authority has to give. There's a lot of information the Ministry of Care has to give, health, education. So I think it's important that we
streamline it and organize it.
That's important.
Yes.
And speaking about the Solid Waste, got in touch with me, and they're supposed to be coming again to Carrico,
right,
to do a program again on air, on radio, to get the message out as to what they are doing and what citizens are expected to do in the meantime, and so the whole system I think could work together smoothly.
Yes.
But again, getting that information out there sometimes is limited because of the electricity.
I'm hoping that NAWASA, at this point in time, NAWASA has been a pivotal role in the sense that
most people are without the catchment.
Yes.
For rainwater.
Yeah.
And so if by any chance ourselves should have any kind of a breakdown or so, I suppose it will be
a challenge.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully open the game and stay on top of things, because that would show us trending, and some people are getting blamed for it unnecessarily. So
some people getting blamed left, right, and center for things that you don't know. When you're the top box up producer, you had to accept it.
Smart and Discourse would have left us some equipment, but it was turned down by now.
No, that's not true. When I confirmed with her, there was some miscommunication, mind you. There was some genuine miscommunication. But after contacting the top officials, what they said is that it's still early in the game, and you don't know if another disaster will strike Grenada or the Caribbean, and they would want to be able to respond fast.
Okay.
So that's why they decided to hold on to the equipment.
Okay, all right.
So
Vibes FM. I get you. Vibes FM. Caller, come in. Hello. Caller, you're on. Let me see. Let me make sure that we have this person on there. All right. Okay, they're going to fall back. Okay. But as you just talk about Samaritan, yeah, and there was a rumor that was going around, that they were willing to leave the equipment.
No, I heard it as well, and I had to explain to people. I said, no, that's not the case. It's not. I would try to explain, but the reality is, there was some miscommunication. I think that's where the whole talk came out about they were willing to leave the equipment, and now also turned it down, or the government turned it down, or what have you. But the real issue is that still early days for the hurricane season. They took the equipment in the event that something happened again, so that they could easily respond quick in a quick and short manner. It's piece of time, yeah. So that's what happened.
Okay.
When I heard it, I had to verify, because it didn't make sense to me. Because you're getting some equipment like that, and you turn it down. Well, heads have to roll. But it wasn't the case, and we tried to persuade them to leave them if it's one. But they said, but they're prepared to have discussions after the hurricane season and see what could be done.
Yeah, because that's a mighty important position.
Oh, certainly.
Yes.
But it came into very good use.
Very good.
Because I know, we were happy when we saw that. I said, what? I would go down there with 20 plus bottles and fill up with water.
Yeah. What I'll encourage people to do, though, especially the ones that are getting back, to clean up your cat and so on. Nawasa is also, they're giving free water. So the truck you just make the request, and the trucks go and do what they have to do. But yeah, so they're trying their best, and then of course those who are connected, the water is coming. So they are trying. They're trying, but certainly we get this situation has shown us that those of us who were resisting in our water, we have a choice now. Beryl taught us that we go have to contact now also to make the necessary arrangement to connect our homes. And then AWASA has work to do to run the pipes throughout the island, because there's some parts of the island that are literally cut off in terms of not having.
Someone is asking a question here. Let me see. They said, as it pertains to the rebuilding process, would you have to go through physical planning with the detail and everything like that in order to proceed?
All of that we will be announcing with the fees that is coming, the rebuilding fees that is coming up, because physical planning will be here. But certainly, yes, you obviously will need to, if we are going to be rebuilding, and rebuilding a structure from scratch. If you're redoing your home, all that needs to happen is that you rebuilding your roof. All that needs to happen is that the contractor needs to follow the code and the physical plan, and the team on the unit will go to verify that the standard is being followed. But if you're starting a brand new structure, that's something completely different, and we would facilitate it here for you and speed up the process for you, because we all know the process with physical plan takes a very, very long time. And the reason that they are here to set up is because we want to ensure that we speed up that process. Exactly. It doesn't take you a month or all this time to get the necessary approvals.
Because I quite didn't understand the question. I said if you're applying or
no, if you have to rebuild
from scratch, that
yeah,
is.
you have to go back to reapply, you know, with
Okay.
all the drawings and all this thing like that. I think that's what they're referring to, in order to get it approved to proceed. Yeah, because a lot of people are in the mood now where once they could afford and once things are going their way, you know.
But but I just want if it's your roof, for example, you're doing, that is something that's fine. You go ahead. We would send out the necessary inspectors to just just to verify that the standard is being followed. And but in terms of the new building, new structure, that is the physical planning authority will certainly you would need the approval there.
But they're not yet in. So how soon do you anticipate?
They should have, as I said, they should have set up already. The challenge is the office space is not ready because of material and so on. So they visit the island every week for now. So we have identified some local workers that will be working along with them, technical people that will be working along with them, that will be going out to do the work. So I believe it will be an 8-man team here in Caracou and PT Macnic that will lead the charge in ensuring that we build back better, stronger, and more sustainably. So,
Mr. Mason mentioned PT Matic. What's the update like in PT Matic at this time?
It was the same thing. The cleanup is on the way. Some people have started doing repairs over there. Some of the government buildings, like the schools, the assessment was done, contractors were identified, and we're now waiting on the various costing to start the work. So I'm not too sure if PT Matic is one of the schools that they would start the construction on Monday, but certainly that will take place. The assessment was done with the people that are living in the shelters. People that are living in the shelters are, well, the assessment was done with the people that was living in the shelters, and plans are being made to get them out of the shelters in time for the reopening of school. Yeah.
And the other aspects of the whole recovery process, of course, how did it go? For example, I mean, they had to distribute aid and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just trying to get a feel as to what the challenges, if there were, and how they are.
Yeah, they were. The significant improvement, but in PT Matic there are challenges over there. But every day you make arrangements to improve on those things. I know water has been a major challenge over there because as you said, Lawasa, I think that there's a problem with the plant over there.
Yes.
Samaritan Post pulled out around that time, and it is a major challenge for water. That issue has been improved. However, every day something comes up, but as soon as it comes up, we try our best to try and address it as soon as possible. Yeah. But mind you, PT Macnic was hit harder than Caracou.
Yeah.
Yeah. For example, the power station. The power station in PT Macnic was impacted worse than the power station in Caracou. So what is electrifying PT Macnic is a large generator. A generator that they had to bring up from Grenada.
Okay.
And of course, the workmen will work on trying to restore the building and then do some work on the engine because the engine were, of course, exposed.
And they still have to do the work on the lines.
Correct.
5 FM, caller, come in.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah.
Hi, I'm calling just to give my 2 cents. I just want to say good afternoon to everyone. Kim, this is Desiree Simon.
Hi. Okay.
Hi. Hi. How are you?
Okay, calling from yes.
I'm calling because I hear a lot of talk about, water system, trying to reconnect electricity and all these things, right? So get water back to homes, get electricity, get this, that, and the other. I'm not hearing anything about getting people either into a private situation, either it be erecting, some type of buildings where family could regain some sort of independence and not be living or squatting in certain places with other families or all these things. We are so we're putting more effort into getting electricity and all those things. Meantime, people are exposed to the element. They're in tents, they're in someone's floor, there's someone else. What is being done to expedite the process of getting people into homes again?
Their homes.
Caller?
Yes, hello.
Yes, yes.
She's wanting what's been done to assist with some sort of temporary lodging until the home is ready.
No, no. They're already in temporary lodging. They've been in temporary lodging since Barry hit. That was temporary lodging. Now you have to have a point where you move on to making things get on the way to becoming being done. What's the plan? That's what I want to ask Kevin. What's the plan?
All right, a pleasant good afternoon. So I'm not sure if you've been listening to the program from the beginning when we started. The priority at this time is to ensure that all the government buildings are up and running, and we have been ably assisted by the guidance troop that are here to make that a reality. We need this government services to function, the government to function. One of our biggest challenges, two of our biggest challenges, is manpower and material, and that is what we've been working on.
Right.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Right. There are people in the official shelters, like the schools and so on, that we are prioritizing to get out of the schools and into their homes. So that work is on the way. It has started, and of course, there's so much we can do at the same time, taking into consideration the manpower limitation and the material limitation. But I also want I don't want to give nobody no false sense of hope. The government can't rebuild everybody's house. The government cannot.
No, I don't think
that. Do everything.
We're looking at it. So I think we're looking. Everyone keeps thinking that Carriacou people are wanting the government to come and get, give them complete support and everything. The fact of the matter is, Carriacouans have lost everything.
Yeah.
Carriacouans have lost completely everything. A lot of them are traumatized. So a lot of us like to say, get up and do it, or go help this, go help this. The people in Carriacou are traumatized. So first of all, they cannot be the person for the people for us to look to rebuild. We have to reach out. We have to reach out to neighboring places. We have to organize to get people to come onto the island to help erect buildings. So Carriacou do not have that amount of people to put out to build their own home. The labor force, it just doesn't exist. With 8,000 people, half being women and children, the men are not there to put in that labor. So we have to reach out to neighboring islands wherever to help Carriacou rebuild, number one. Number two, monies have been allocated. Let's be fair. I live in America. When we had COVID, and I know it's not the same system, so don't think I'm comparing apples to oranges. But when we had COVID in New York, there was an expedited process to get 333 million people money in their pockets within weeks of COVID. Carriacou has 8,000 people, and we cannot expedite funds to erect homes. We could get materials. We have Trinidad has done so much for us. If materials is a problem, it could be done. Guyana, Jamaica, if materials is a problem, it could reach Carriacou in a timely manner. I don't feel it's such of a I don't feel it's getting the kind of need for people of Carriacou to try and rebuild their lives. It's been temporary. Everything has been temporary thus far. They need a more permanent plan. You did mention that we don't know if the hurricane will come again, but so are we waiting for another hit to this time eradicate the rest of the people who survived the first hit? Because right now there's no, in case there's another hurricane, there's no shelter for them.
Can I respond now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
All right. So the reality is the rebuilding has to be done with standard, and that requires time. And standard here meaning following the building code. In addition to that, you can't import workers just like that. It requires putting structures and a plan in place. If you import the workers, where are they going to stay? We don't have we don't have any place for those workmen or people to come here to stay. That's another thing that we look at. So all of those things we are presently looking at. But I
You know
also
a barrack system, right? You know a barrack system. Barrack. You know that system.
I
You know that
barracks.
system works when people go out to war and everything. You know a barrack system.
But you also recognize that it's a month and putting systems and structures in place. And we are working feverishly to ensure that those systems are putting one was aid and supply distribution, which is basically on which is we are presently doing so in adding other cleanup mechanisms. And three, the rebuilding phases: government buildings, your hospital, your clinics. There's only one clinic. Out of all the clinics, there's only one clinic that's functioning, and that's the Hillsborough Clinic. And you have all the schools and so on that are affected. So I'm saying it sounds nice. No. Can you please give me an opportunity? You need to understand that all 98% of the building stock is completely either destroyed or partially destroyed in Carriacou and Petit
That's
Martinique.
my point.
It requires
Exactly.
it's not going to happen overnight that we rebuild everything. It's going to take time. And I'm asking people to have patience. We will deal with we will work on rebuilding the homes. We will work on rebuilding the government institutions and buildings. We are working on rebuilding the infrastructure on the island. It takes time, but we'll get there. In 1 month, in 1 month, in 1 month and 3 weeks, we've made significant progress. Some of the things that people thought we were not able to do or would not be able to do in such a short space of time, we have done it. So I'm asking that we exercise a little bit of patience. Let's continue to put the plans and structures in place to accommodate the rebuilding efforts here in Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
Right. It sounds, of course, not everything needs to be, to sound like you have to say the right thing at the right time. You have to realize people are so vulnerable. They've been stripped completely. So for you to come to someone and say, I need to put the post office, I need to do the government buildings back together first. It's easier. They can hear that be not enough of an expression because of the government buildings, sir. They care about a home with water when dry season stops. What's going on? You just mentioned that they're going to Nawasa to get water. Carriacou people not used to Nawasa water. If they have a proper roof, they could catch the water. I mean, everything doesn't have to be diplomatic, where you have to put all the buildings first together and then you think about the people. The people is Carriacou, not the building, not the office, not the post office, not the police station, whoever breakdown, or as you say, 99%. The regular person who's sleeping on somebody's floor and have never done that in their life, Carriacou people is proud people.
But my dear, this is happening because it is not normal time. The government didn't bring the disaster.
Exactly.
So the point I'm making, the point I'm making to you, my dear, the point I'm making to you, my dear, it will take time. We all in this together. Yes. We all will be making the sacrifice and are making the sacrifice together. We are all unconfident with a number of things that are happening. But the government buildings, the hospital, the senior citizens home, those buildings must be restored. The administrative building is being restored, not just because it's a building and we have to restore it. It's being restored so that the government services can be restored so that the people can get the support and assistance that they need. support and assistance that you are asking that is given to people, such as
Listen, we also have main offices. Carriacou is a parish. We have main offices on the mainland that these things could be done, and the people needs to be set up first. It's not like Carriacou is its own country, sir. There's a mainland, and those things could be done on the island of the mainland while the citizens of Carriacou is set up before you decide to put the post office first. It's not imperative that the post office go up because there's a mainland where everything is being done. But it's neither here nor there. But let's not pretend that we need all these buildings to be up before we can deal with citizens.
But my dear, we are working. It's not that we are focusing only on the government buildings. We are working in conjunction. We're doing everything simultaneously at the same time. We're working
Up to now, you're telling me. Up to now, you didn't say that. You ain't mentioning the citizens. You're just mentioning things like the government institutions. Think about the people who, as you said, it's not a normal situation. Who have never been in that situation. Try to give them.
So the government has also announced several programs, especially building as it relates to building materials, and the fact that we have waived the cost, the VAT and other
Waiver the cost to Carriacou people who never have $10 in their pocket.
Right.
So when you waiver it, meaning you waiver the cost of certain things for them. It's either have to be the money that was allocated for donation, it has to be comped towards them. When you give them a waiver or something, that means it stops at some point. When they get in the rest after the waiver finished.
So you're referring to people who cannot afford to rebuild, and that's the point. But we've been making that point earlier. The people who cannot afford to rebuild, we will, as time goes by, announce measures. Just as how we did with the first measure we announced with the free burial. We made another announcement about the other measures that we made about businesses and the tax waivers and so on. We will make announcements as it relates to other measures to help our citizens to rebuild.
So what about the people who are you deeming who could afford to rebuild? Who do you think? Who you deem?
Well, that's not my call. That's not my call. The Ministry of Social Development is working on what they're working on to look at the people that are vulnerable. The Ministry of Social Development is working on a plan with the people who are already vulnerable. And of course, as a result of burial, there are people who were made vulnerable as a result of burial. So that
everybody's vulnerable. Everybody.
So,
I don't care if you think they have money and they have a job, the whole of Carriacou vulnerable. The whole of Carriacou. Even if you think them is big teacher, Carriacou don't make salaries who have money sit down in bank lump sum. Everybody have a day-to-day, a month-to-month thing. So every single human being, if they lose a back porch, they're vulnerable because they had to put money 1 year or 5 years down to build this back porch. That is facts about Carriacou. We're not a rich economy. Every single person is vulnerable.
All right, so we're not talking about anybody that lose a back porch. We're talking about people that have completely lost their homes, who lost their roofs.
No, it's just an analogy. I think you missed what I was saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, but I also want you to understand the point that it's 1 month, 3 weeks. There are measures that were announced. There are more measures to be announced. Things are actually happening on
That's all we Carriacouans always been asked. Be patient, and then a year from now they tell us, okay, the money is gone.
No,
people in Carriacou,
no, it's not a year. It's not a year. It's not a year yet. It's not a.
Let them move on.
It's not a. My day. It's not a year yet. And
I did not say it's a year. Then we're always asked to be patient. I guess you're not listening to me. Patience. We're asked to be patient. Carriacou people does bite their tongue on the issues that they don't. Carriacou people are very good at not.
I have never given a commitment to the people of Carriacou and Petit-Matic as long as I've been member of parliament and I've walked back onto words. I have never.
Right. Okay.
And I made it clear. No. No, could you please give me a chance to respond? I made it abundantly clear from the beginning that absolutely no one will be left behind in this regard. But you need to understand, my dear, that this was a Category 4 hurricane that literally wiped out Carriacou and Petit-Matic. We will not. The reality is we will not we will not get back to any state of normalcy in any time soon. It's going to require time, patience, and planning. And that's what we are doing. We announce, and there are more measures to be announced. The people that cannot afford, certainly we put things in place to assist them. If you cannot afford,
nobody could afford. That's what you're.
well, that's fine. So but if you cannot afford, you can't afford. Measures will be put in place, my dear. That's the point I'm making to you as well. You're also missing it.
Because somebody and wipe out like a lot of people they cannot all living in a different carrier.
Well, that's fine. But if they cannot afford, my dear, I want you to understand the point that I am making as well. Please listen and understand where I'm coming from. Or probably I'm not explaining myself clearly. You are saying that there are people that we think could afford that they may not be able to assist.
Because you keep telling me those. You keep saying those.
So can you now listen to what I'm saying? So those people that cannot afford, even the ones that you know that we may think or perceive that could afford, if they themselves cannot afford, systems and measures will be put in place to assist them. But I also want us to understand that the government cannot and will not be able to help every single person, and that's the reality. Hold on, one more, no, give her a chance. And one more point that I want to make. $118 million is not a lot of money in the scheme of things. This process is going to take a lot of hundreds of millions of dollars, probably even more than close to half a billion dollars operations just here in Carrick on PT Madden. And the monies that were received are monies for specific purposes. You have to support the fishermen. You have to support the farmers, the livestock farmers, the CMOS farmers, the crop farmers, what have you. Then you have to, there's a number of areas that monies have to be spent, 118 million of it. So, so please, when I hear people say you've received fundings and so on, you have to put it into context. But I made the point as your member of parliament that nobody in Carrick on PT Martinic will be left behind. You could hold that, you could hold me to that. You could hold me to that. I've made it, from the moment I was elected, I told the people of Carrick I've got their backs. And in this hard times, I got your back even more.
I supported you. I called Team Station. I advocated for your election, for you to be elected.
Thank you.
I did everything, okay? And I am not a person who speaks both sides of their mouth. And I know what's happening on Caribou, people are suffering. So I don't really care about the political part of it. If you think I'm NDC, NNP, all this.
Oh, no. This has nothing to do with politics.
Okay, I am for Caribou people. And I don't care if you think a song, I'm not saying what they want to hear because I don't appease to anyone. I still respect you and I know.
No, my dear, I respect everything you are saying. You have a right to speak, my dear. You have a right to vent. This is why I'm here.
But I also know for a fact, Caribou people are sitting, gritting their teeth, and they're waiting for an answer because this situation is dire. Anyhow, we get hit with a heavy rainstorm, whatever, the majority of Caribou people are in major trouble.
And that we understand, my dear. But the reality is, and the reality is, even if we start rebuilding today, there would still be people that will be affected. So I'm saying it's a process. It will take time, and it's a process, and the process has begun.
Okay.
I understand take time, but Carriacou, I would wait. But Carriacou people they're losing patience, and I would like things to move a little faster because my nephew is living in a little shack outside with his mom in the shop. Okay, because our whole roof has gone tangled. Praise God, the missionary from where we live came and fixed our roof. So now the stuff in our house is not being destroyed.
Okay,
but Carriacou people who don't even have their own privacy, crashing on people's floors, are losing patience. So I'm not calling to appease anyone. I'm calling to let you know that this is imperative and things have to move. Your plate moving. It don't feel like it's moving, but it has to move fast.
Okay, Kola, thank you so much for your contribution, but I have a lot of calls back tonight, okay? So let me give somebody else a chance.
Of course. I took all your time.
No problem. Okay.
Thank you for your
all right, okay. Next caller, thank you for waiting. Caller, you next. Caller, come in. Hello? I see. Hold on. Hello, caller on the next lines. You are on now.
Hello?
Yes. Go ahead. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Yes, you're on.
I have to hurry because my phone is about to die.
Okay.
I think we have to be careful with the expectation that we set there. I think I heard earlier in the program that you said that in about a year and a half, all the buildings.
Oh,
remember?
Yeah.
Dominica had Maria in still rebuilding now. Even after Ivan in 2004, you still have some buildings that have not been rebuilt as yet. Also, I'm hearing that the rebuilding of buildings would start in September. If that is the case, you'd have an influx of people who want to get at the head of the line. Do you have a priority there of who will be taken care of first? I don't know if you get all of that. The phone maybe.
Yeah. You've been going on and off, but we got quite a bit of it. Yeah.
I'm only on 2% now, so I don't know if you got all of that.
Yeah.
Yes, we got the point that you've made, sir.
If you be starting the rebuilding process in September, you'd have everybody influx. They want to be the first to get taken care of. Do you have a priority order in how you're going to approach that?
Certainly, the Ministry of Housing and the relevant agencies are working on that. But it will obviously be the people in the shelters, the people that made the makeshift shelters and so on, that will be given priority.
Okay, caller, thank you so much.
Yes, I'm here, but I'm not hearing you clearly.
Okay, no, yeah.
So certainly the people in the shelters and makeshift shelters, those are the ones that pop-up shelters. Sorry, those are the ones that will be treated with priority. In addition to the point that you made as it relates to Hurricane Maria and the rebuilding efforts, the reality is a year and a half from now isn't unrealistic. Carriacou and Petit Matic is very small, but it depends a lot on our people, and it depends a lot on the steady supplies of building materials and manpower. That will be the determining factor. And if a year and a half we're unable to keep our target, I think it's important to be honest with the people and let the people know what transpired and what caused it. But we must aim. That's my aim. That we could. I believe we can aim towards that. We could make it a reality.
Okay, caller.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, you said something, Salia. Yeah.
Talking about people becoming impatient now. What do you expect to happen now? Money will be start giving out so you could start building and vice. I don't understand.
All right, okay, hold on. Next caller. Caller, come in. Caller, you next. Caller.
Mr. Kim.
Yes, hello, yes, go ahead.
A few years ago, there was a storm in the United States. A place they call Pensacola.
Florida.
4 years after I went to Pensacola, and there was still toppling on houses in Pensacola, in the great United States of America. Pensacola, they were toppling, and I was surprised.
Yeah.
3 to 4 years, they were still toppling. I mean, the patience. I mean, we can. I mean, what this lady wants is that the 118 million, as the opposition saying, take the money and give the people to build houses. That's ridiculous.
Okay, caller, thank you.
This is exactly what I say too, because you really, how are we going to distribute this money? How are you going to, and a lot of things will go to waste, and a lot of things will still not get done.
But the whole idea again is putting plans in place. Listen,
you must put plans in place.
Let me tell you, my building was destroyed like everybody else on the 1st of July, right? 6 to 7 weeks later, it took me 7 weeks to put a plan together, to start, to decide exactly what I want to do, how I'm going to do it, whatever. Not that I don't have the finance and I can get assistance. Yes, I could. But I had to put that in place first. And just imagine that as an individual and as a government who has maybe 7,000-8,000 people to deal with. And you want... I'm still saying, and I always use this in Australia, we need to have some genies. You know, the
magic one.
Magic one, yes. House bill. You next. House bill. Next. What do you want? Stove. Everything there. You know.
People
Serious.
are unrealistic. Very unrealistic.
Really,
And
it takes time.
and people don't understand. Talking about the administrative buildings and so where you're going to be executing from, you got to have people walking.
Correct.
The same people again.
All of the programs that we have that we want to administer. The physical planning unit need place to stay. The people in social development that has to carry out the assessment and ensure that the people that assistance is getting the assistance need a place to operate. All of these people, you know, so the buildings, we need the buildings.
If you don't
people are complaining that they not see the minister, they can't meet the minister because the minister don't have a building to go to. So can't meet with you so that we can have discussions and we could have meetings and so on. All of that you have to think. We also have to think about as well. The best office is they could only accommodate so much of people at a particular time because it's a little space that they're operating in. So all of those things you have to think about. The people that have become vulnerable. Where do they go and collect the checks? Yeah. Because remember what happened last month is that they had to come up. I mean, I shouldn't tell. Anyways, they had to come up with monies to be distributed to the people that were vulnerable.
Yeah,
that's not safe. There's a security risk. So that's why you need the offices and so on. The businesses that are doing businesses in Karaku and have to be paid by government, it means that they have Grenada to collect their checks in the revenue office down there. Now that we are trying to fast forward this process, they'll be able to receive the checks here, and among a number of other things.
Yeah.
So that's the importance of having the government buildings. You did. To go to see the nurse or what have you. So that's why you need the services. But in addition to the clinics and the hospital and the schools and so on being repaired, at the same time, the private people, the people that can't afford it, certainly will be able to do the same thing, but it requires a number of things.
Calls are backing up. Let me take another call quick. Let me ask you, some of you two, just hold on a second there, right? Okay. Next caller, you're online. Caller, come in.
Hey, Kim.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
One of the problem with the caller from the United States, the caller before this last one.
Yeah.
I think the lady, she probably do system. This is why she said the government should just go ahead building houses. But things like the administration, these are the and the ministry.
Yeah.
Because how does the minister mention how people going to get a check?
Yeah.
This is a main institution that need
question that the minister, to the minister.
opposition
It's the opposite, yeah.
has been spreading this kind of a false narrative, to make people feel like nothing is.
And making this argument, we should do something. Are members of that
But the point is that that's not the exact number in terms of this number might consist of 5 or 6 or 7 families.
Correct.
So it's not every individual in the shelter.
Correct.
So you're part of a family. Assistance will be given to your home.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's not a matter of saying 100 and 100 people need assistance in that way. So the families, for example, you mentioned a while ago that this company come and they have 600 tents for families. Yeah, not 600 tents for each person. So the families. So
depending on the size of the family.
precisely. So I'm saying that if the families that are going to be better. So because I know a shelter that had almost 150. Yeah. But I mean, when you break it down, how many families there?
Yeah.
Because people go to the shelter as families. Yeah, as families. So that is what also has to be taken into account. So you?
Again, it's.
You didn't want me job at this time, I know.
No, absolutely not. But there's purely a loaded agenda and expecting things to happen overnight. It's not going to happen. And no matter how you slice it, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, of course.
Just the logistic of organizing the distribution of money. You must have people in place to do that. Oh, you want to do it from the bedroom? No.
Let me start to take a panel call. And I want to apologize to some of our listeners. We lost the audio in part of the program this morning here, but it's back on now. But you can always hear a rebroadcast later on, okay? So don't forget. Vibes FM, panel call. Hello, caller? Caller? All right, just going to do that one that we lost that call. Okay. Hello, let me try again. Vibes FM, caller? Hello?
Hi guys, good afternoon.
All right, yeah, okay, great.
Immediately.
Okay, right, okay. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon,
sir. Kevin.
Hey, my
Good
brother.
afternoon, Kevin, man.
It's a long time I hear that voice. You good?
I thought you like off cool today, man, because I hear everybody want to beat you on the phone today, boy.
I'll come up probably next year or so when things are a little bit better.
Okay, don't worry, man. I'll represent you. I'll definitely represent you.
Good.
All right. Okay, I listened to the young lady caller. Another one call us to call on Baji lady, right? I think that call for a healthy conversation.
Yeah.
And one of the things we have to realize that she says she have family members who in shelter and whatever, and whatever information they feeding her.
Yeah.
All right. So we have to hear she consent to. But my question to her, if she have family in that condition, what is she doing to help them?
Yeah.
You understand? Because most time people will say things what they heard, and most of the things that I heard she saying, I heard that from the guy with the cell phone. But he preaching that every night because things like they heard about the money, like everybody based about they have the money, and here he's telling people now who have money to use it and buy stuff and save the receipt now, and that they have to be refunded and stuff like that, Right. So we have to realize in a situation like that, we're going to get people who are going to be impatient.
Yes.
People from the other side. We have to respect that, So when and something like that, I'm glad the way you answer, I just say be patient and stuff like that. Okay, my question to you now, all right? Okay, what's the kind of relationship between you and Mr. Cox? Because Cox is involved in nothing, So I want to know, like, if you're trying to work with you as a team, is one. And then also, I was listening to their program too, and they was talking about like they have Meals on Wheels, and they have I think the toilet system, and they took us update on that because they tried to say like NDC shut them down, so they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. I tell you they have this, so maybe you could explain us. And for the people who build all the little shacks, and because a lot of the houses and them are damaged, people build little shacks here and there, right? I remember the Prime Minister talk about like the 500 houses program. So I want to know that if when you guys start building back, it will be something that will be considered also.
Mr. Honest.
No problem. We're not situation.
So what I'll say is, we are considering the rebuilding, and speeding up something similar to Project 500, Project Build Back Better, Carrick and Petit Matnik. And with time, you would hear and see, you would hear some more information as it relates to Project Build Back Better. As it relates to the other programs that they had, I can confirm that no one shut them down. The Ministry of Health never shut down anybody. There were some concerns with various, and the Ministry of Health did, but they had politicians or ministers don't get involved with what public servants do. We don't even give instruction to public servants. So I think they were doing their assessment, and there raised some concerns, and all of the food handlers did what they're supposed to do, but no one was shut down. Well, there were one person was shut down, or two persons, but they had nothing to do with that program. Whether the program is still running or not, I think you need to ask them when they're having their program, and they will tell you it wasn't a success at all. So I don't think it's going on. What is the relationship with myself and Mr. Cook? Like, he's a normal kakabawi. When I see him, I said hello. I says hello, and of course I've been making the call from. I don't think I'll be exhausting the call again. But from day one, I've been making the call. Come together. Let's work. Let's unite to fight and build a better, stronger, united character. Still there, all the people. I'm prepared to work with any and everybody at this time, because we need all hands on deck. All right?
Okay, Kola. Kola, thank you so much. Okay.
All right. So anyway, you guys take care.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to Leo to coming up, but all right.
No, I'm saying to listen to Jenny tonight.
Don't tell me and Leo hang out last year. Me and Leo hang out, Leo leave me abandoned this year, man.
Okay, I'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right.
Take care, guys. All the best, Mr. Minister.
Thank you. Good.
So, Mr. Minister,
yes.
your final. I want just final words to those who will listen to the program today, and who will be listening to you and looking forward to interacting with you and dialogue with you over the next year and a half, plus 2 years, plus more than that.
Yes. Have hope. There's a lot that we have done. There's a lot of progress on the island compared to where we were a month and a half ago. No one will be left behind. I've been preaching that from the get-go, and I maintain that. The government announced 2 measures that are taking effect. Other measures are to be followed. The rebuilding process, that's the process that we're on currently, and more announcements will be made as it relates to how we are going to support those people that cannot afford to rebuild. But rest assured that we are all in this together. This time is the time for us all to come together, Man Rebellion come together, to work for the greater good of Carriacou and Petit Matnik. When the politics start, when the election time come around, we could all pick up with political acts and deal with each other. But for now, let us fight, let us unite for the greater good for Carriacou and Petit Matnik. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, and hope to see you soon again. Okay?
Certainly.
Okay, bye. Okay, so Leo, well, it's been very entertaining, as you very well realize.
Well, I tell you what, anyway, forget the party, concentrate on the country, and let's bind us together and move forward. Put your shoulders to the wheel. That's what is necessary now. Carriacou and more Carriacou and Petit Matnik.
Oh, okay. I see you, Cox. I'm not sure.
What?
Koi.
Doesn't matter really.
Just your final words, yeah.
Yes, and this is not a sprint. It is a marathon. I think that's the attitude we have to approach it. And we'll continuously in building. Building is a process. It's not an event. And you end and you say, okay, I reach. It is a process that we have to accept that we are willing to go forward. And the minister talk about hope. My interest is really to keep hope alive.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.